landing. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Oh, we won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Oh, we won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa, we won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. Yo, you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
لهمام للقوة للانتصار من زكريا. كروس جيمينج وحش وحش وحش.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. It's time for day number 3 and phase number 3. We are about to hit that middle point, that middle marker of the league stage here. Wassalamu alaikum, and I hope everyone has been having a really good time, because we are going to get ready to jump into a pretty insane day. So as we know, right, today being day 3, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through onto these teams. There's going to be that final attempt, that final play for the teams to try and secure themselves within the leaderboards before we head into the last 2 days, right? Whatever cannot be rectified at this point, it's going to be really, really tough to pull it off in the coming few days. But as we know, right, there's quite a bit of a situation with regards to contention for the top 16. As you can see by the title, obviously, NASR being one of those teams that are just dipping in and out of being within that relegation zone, getting really, really close to it. In fact, looking at the whole situation that we've got, right, NASR sitting on 212 points on the overall standings. Then we moved down 3 points rather, to the players from W7, 209. Then we got 205 for the ARB champions. We got CONQUEROR sitting on 199. And then, of course, KR-E-SPORTS sitting on 195, right? So there's definitely not a lot of points currently separating these teams. So expect quite a bit of a push, quite a bit of a play, especially from those 5 to try and secure themselves within that top 16. And I think that is predominantly what we are going to be looking at here today to see exactly how our teams are going to be surviving and faring their way through. But of course, aside from the push for the teams trying to get themselves situated within those leaderboards for the overall rankings, right, potentially qualifying in towards those finals, the teams are also playing for their share of the bonus points coming through within this phase. Now we'll be taking a look at those leaderboards momentarily to see exactly where our teams find themselves and what that point situation is. But I can tell you it is going to be a very, very sweaty day indeed, as we are going to be playing things out a little bit more balanced this time around, right? We are going to be hopping into 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, but of course we are going to be starting off the day with a little bit of that Sanhok action, so there is going to be quite a bit to look forward to. But speaking about the overall leaderboards, right, here we go. As you can see, GEEKAY holding on to pole position with 244 points. Glorious 8 winner chicken dinners coming through, so you can see there is quite a bit of a gap from the top of the board, moving further down to get to that 8th position. Call it about, how much is that? That puts us on... Ooh, that is 116 points difference. Yeah, that's quite a bit. So I don't think we are going to be stressing too much about this first page, right? I mean, there could obviously still be quite a bit of shifting coming through between first, second, and third. But aside from that, I don't think we are going to be really having to put too much emphasis on the first page, right? Second page, this is where it's at. As you can see, as I pointed out before, NASR sitting on 212 points. We got W7 then coming through on 209. So there's definitely not a lot of gap between those teams. So a lot can change through. Of course, NASA can always just look to increase the overall points for the day, looking to catch up not only to Triple Esports, but maybe even pushing the envelope further. But as you can see it now being highlighted there, right? From NASA in 15th to KR in 19th position, it is going to be a lot of contention, right? A lot of stress maybe as well coming through for these teams, trying to secure themselves, because as we've seen the pushes, the attempts, the efforts being brought through across the past few days over these previous 3 phases, I mean, there's so much that's been happening as these teams continuously just apply immense amounts of pressure to not only themselves, but also the opposition. One of the teams that has been having a really good run this phase is going to be the side here of Vision Esports, as we compare a little bit of a play from their side. Of course, this on the left-hand side is their day 2 points, and then day 1 over on the right. Or it could be the other way around, but for both days, they were able to secure themselves a glorious, consistent 29 points. And that, of course, with regards to eliminations. So on day 2, they added lovely 14 placement points to that tally. Back on day number 1, very, very similar, 16 points, so 45 for the first day. And then, of course, the second day, 43, right? That amounts to a grand total of 48. Now, as we know, moving through the league, consistency is key. It is super important. And Vision Esports so far for this phase, showing a phenomenal effort. Quite a strong capability being flexed here by them as well. I mean, quite a few amazing plays that we've had, really showcasing. But this is the kind of performance that we want to see, not only from a team like Vision, right, but from the entire lobby. I mean, as we also took a look at it, Vision now finding themselves all the way in 7th place with 311 points with 3 winner chicken dinners, one of which has come through from this phase so far. But we've had a few other teams also just, you know, locking in with those eliminations, locking in with those winner chicken dinners. We've seen R8 secure themselves 2. We did see GEEKAY securing themselves 2. We've had Triples securing themselves 2. I mean, we've had, if you remember back on day 1, we had 2 teams taking back-to-back winner chicken dinners. It's insane. We've not had that happen just yet. But of course, one of the other teams that we have also really stepping up the ante here is going to be Twisted Mind. Sure, they have only been able to secure themselves that one winner chicken dinner so far for this phase. But day 2 was the best day that they've been having to date. 56 total points, walking away with 34 eliminations and those 22 placement points. So I like what Twisted Minds are bringing to the table. I'm going to take it. I'm going to like it. But now we got to see whether or not they can bring in more of that, right? Because one full day of serving of aggression coming through from Twisted Minds is amazing. I mean, looking at Crypto Dummy locking in exactly the same amount of damage, 1,734. I mean, that just plays out phenomenally for them. But of course, they need to now continue with that momentum, right? Bring that consistency through. I look to see if they can maintain that play, not only for day 3, but day 4, day 5. And who knows where they could end up with regards to those overall standings. Of course, looking at the overall, we find them on 315 points, sat all the way in 6th place. So there is a bit of an opportunity for them to try and maybe close the gap. I mean, with 107 points that they still need to try and lock in. Yeah, if that's going to happen in 2 days, I'd be very, very impressed. Especially taking into consideration that GEEKAY, NIGMA are also going to be, just, loosening up the reins, or maybe tightening up the reins and applying even more aggression, as we've been seeing, being quite capable of dominating. But yeah, Twisted Minds doing a really great work so far. Crypto, Dammy, the whole entire squad just playing such beautiful PUBG. But of course, we want to see where that's going to end up, right? Are they going to be able to push that through all the way through the entirety of today? It's going to be a pretty tall order, right? As we know, it is a tough lobby to play in. We've seen that pretty much be the case. We've had enough days to see what the teams have been capable of. So aside from the contention we have towards the lower end of the leaderboard for the overall standings, we also have quite a bit of contention coming through for the top of this phase, but also a bit of a race to see who's going to be the team that will be dominating the league stage, at least with regards to those bonus points, and of course, also with their overall total that they've been able to secure. A lot of excitement is going to be finding its way into the action here today. I hope you guys are ready for this, right? Because we've had a day of rest, right? Now it's going to be go time to see exactly what they're going to be bringing through. But of course, aside from the teams that we've already taken a look at, we are going to be taking a look at a few others to help kind of build the expectation, build that story as we head into our first match. So yeah, stay tuned, right? Speaking of staying tuned, let's take a look at a few of our GOATs. You've got GKR8, right, with their representatives here. It is Gaze and Escaton coming through with some pretty phenomenal plays. I mean, 3,600 damage, finding 13 eliminations out of that for Gaze. And then if we look over on towards Escaton, it's 14 eliminations, but out of only 2,412. So Escaton definitely being a little bit more stingy with regards to the aggression, right? Just locking in that conversion rate. Gaith is just letting it loose. You know, they've got a bucket load of lead. They might as well just send it all over the place. So I love that kind of play. A nice bit of a balance between the two, right? The one definitely being capable of securing quite a bit of damage. The other one having one additional elimination. So I want to see how that is going to play out. And of course, also how their respective teams are going to be performing. As we know, GEEKAY coming into today are going to be finding themselves with a grand total of 65 points on the board for this phase. And whereas we look onto the side there of R8, I mean, they are sitting on 75. So only 10 points separating the two of them. But R8, they've been more consistent with regards to those placement points, right? 2 winner chicken dinners, 31 total placement points. So that, again, does kind of set a bit of an expectation as to what we could potentially be seeing be the play here, right? As we know, day 3, always in a very exciting one. In fact, all the days we've been looking at so far has been quite exciting. Quite a few changes, quite a few shifts. I mean, we've had a team like Brute Force, for instance, step up and just let it loose on one of our days. Unfortunately, you know, the consistency there being a little bit more challenging, seeing that we have several other teams opting to do exactly the same kind of thing. But yeah, as you kind of saw, based on what we've had come through in the thumbnail as well as in the title, I think NASR is going to be a team to watch here, as they are secured within 15th place on the overall standings, but they don't have one heck of a lead. They can definitely look to try and fortify, solidify those points, and ensure that they stay within that safe region, because relegation is not going to be nice, right? As we know, only 16 teams out of our 20 that we have participating here are going to be able to make it through into those finals. So it's going to be a lot of hard work. But as we also then know, right, moving into the first match of our day, Group E, they are going to be sitting this one out. So the teams that are going to be missing out on a bit of that Sanhok action are going to be teams like CONQUEROR Iraq, ONYX Ravens, Team Falcons, as well as W7. The rest of the lobby are going to be grinding their way on through. Of course, let's take a look at even more stats as we continue to jump across the board. We get to see where these teams are, how they are situated, and what they could be bringing to the table. Because essentially today we're trying to find a good assessment as to what these teams could be looking to play. As you can see, those points coming in there as well. So the side of Triple coming through with a bit of a statistic here. I'm not quite sure what the 262 means, but we'll take it, right? 262 at the bottom of the screen. It's something. It's something indeed. But as you can see, it looks pretty even. I mean, Triple, NASR, W7, ARB, Quest, as well as the players then from KR having pretty strong angles. I'm curious to see whether or not that was actually what we could be expecting to see come through from them with regards to Miramar, or maybe that is a bit of Sanhok. I mean, that is that's an interesting stat. That is a very interesting stat that we were looking at. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what that is, because as you know by now, right, my Arabic not exactly on point. I'm still trying to build it up, right? It's still a work in progress. So maybe it works. Maybe it becomes something. If you've got any idea of what it said there at the bottom, let me know, because it would be interesting to know indeed. But yeah, definitely, so many teams that are in contention for very interesting performances, strong plays. And I think it's going to come down to what their mental approach is going to be moving into today, right? Just how bad they really want to get this. Because looking at the performances that they've given us so far, I can't see why any of them would not be able to achieve the goals that they set out to accomplish here. I mean, sure, for teams a little bit lower down that leaderboard to magically and miraculously just catapult themselves up into pole position, that's not going to happen. Let's be real, right? But it is definitely a bit of an opportunity for the teams to secure themselves at least a position moving into the top 16. What we also do know is a bit of a comparison, a bit of a breakdown here between a few of our strong players. I think this is our top 5 performers that we've got so far. The average eliminations, the average aggression they've been able to bring on through. As you can see, Tapok coming through with 468, with Crypto very close to that. But a lot more aggression leaning there in favor of the side of Tapok. And I believe this is all based on the performances that we had back on day number 2. Because it would make sense to see them holding on to where they were. I mean, Twisted Minds also playing a very strong game, for closing off their day with 48 eliminations. So quite a bit of a performance that we will be having. You see the predictions coming in the chat that Twisted is going to be obliterating the lobby, and then NIGMA Galaxy will dominate. So from what I can see, I guess there's going to be a very even spread across the board, at least based on what we have in the chat, right? So if you think your team is going to perform a specific way, let me know, right? I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. You see a shout out there for R8 as well. You got even more coming through for NIGMA up. Let's see who else do we have. We got RTG getting a bit of a shout out as well. So it's good to see the support coming through for our respective teams. But one thing that I definitely do appreciate about this season of PMPL Arabia, the fall split, is that you can definitely see all the homework that has been done coming through all the way from the spring split, right? Such a drastic shift for quite a few teams, actually just coming out of nowhere, stepping up their performances, having a bit of a runaway play, right? And we love that because it keeps everyone on their toes. We don't know what is going to happen. We don't know where these teams are going to be ending up and how they are going to be able to perform. I mean, especially looking at a team like Vision, for instance, right? Trying to get a bit of an assessment as to what we could be seeing from them. I mean, last season, they ended in 15th place back in the league stage, right? This time around, I mean, they're in a completely different position, right? Nowhere near 15th. They're all the way up in 7th. So they are stepping up that play. We want to see how that is going to play out across our maps here for the day. Of course, as I mentioned, it is going to be starting on Sanhok, heading into a double dose of Erangel before closing off the day with a lovely back-to-back Miramar. So we've seen this already. Phase 1, Phase 2, we know what to expect. But, well, no, let me correct myself. We've got a pretty good idea of what we could be expecting, right? But again, the teams have all the power here to surprise us and just blow those performances out of the water. And of course, looking with regards to our stats when it comes to the map of Sanhok, I mean, GEEKAY, very strong performance here, sitting on 104 points in total. Brute Force coming in pretty close. I mean, 57 eliminations versus the 64 from GEEKAY. As you can see, the odds are there, right? Even looking at a side like R8, they're sitting on 50 eliminations. Twisted Minds, they've got 52. NIGMA, surprisingly, only have 47. That's it. That's what they got. So let's see whether or not NIGMA are going to potentially be looking to push it. I mean, obviously, NIGMA, they've got the most winner chicken dinners so far. 3 of them when it comes to the map of Sanhok. So again, the expectation is there. The expectancy is there. But will that now play out in their favor? Right, that is going to be the big question that we will be looking at. I can see a few shout-outs coming through for IKURD in the chat as well with R6 Gaming and Dylan Chess. Yes. Twisted Minds will definitely improve a lot with the new team. Oh, they have definitely improved a lot, yes. Yeah, you can definitely see, especially like this last phase, it's like things just started to really click for them. I mean, especially looking at the lead up to this third phase, you know, the progression through phase 2, especially from around about the same place, right? Day 3, you definitely see quite a bit of an increase as Twisted started to push the envelope. And I love the way that they've been able to transition through that, right? Getting themselves right here, and of course now prepping for that final push, moving through this phase and trying to secure their play, ensuring that they make it all the way into the finals, because it would be great to see the side of Twisted Minds making their way on in. Of course, Broody Fruity is also getting a bit of a shout out there, coming through from Cindy in the chat. I'm curious to see what Brute Force is going to be bringing in. Of course, sitting with the 10th position on the overall rankings. Not a bad spot to be in, as we know already in this phase. They've been able to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner, coming through with 41 points, 25 rather eliminations, and 16 placement points. But if we look at what we could be expecting to see on the map of Sanhok itself, I mean, Brute Force, they've got interesting stats. Again, a very, very strong team. We did see them now being there, right there, number 2. As I said, 94 total points, 2 winner chicken dinners. They've shown great consistency when it comes to positioning. Aside from the chickens being obvious, right, they've been able to secure themselves 37 points. So, I mean, that is pretty dang good, right? GEEKAY sitting on 40, so 37, 40, only 3-point difference. But definitely GEEKAY a little bit more heavier with regards to those eliminations. But I mean, Brute Force also holding on to the second highest that we've seen so far. So I think Sanhok is going to be a big play here. There's going to be a lot that will be decided, especially seeing that's the only Sanhok for the day. We also only usually have one come through, so no surprise really on that front. But let's see what the teams are going to bring on in. If you've got any predictions, any thoughts, anything that you want to share with regards to your team, how do you think they're going to be performing? Do you think they're going to be clutching it out? Do you think it's going to be their day? Let me know in the chat. Curious to hear your thoughts. In the meanwhile, I think it is almost go time, as we are going to be loading up the plane. One of our players now getting ready, just prepping themselves for a bit of a push, a bit of an angle, right? It is going to be jungle time, so I think this is a great way to start off the day. Getting into a little bit of that CQC, CQB, right? Close quarter combat, close quarter battle. Whichever acronym you want to use, go for it, as long as it's got the CQ in front. But yeah, the action is about to trickle its way on in. So give me your prediction as to where you think the zone is going to be going. As we know, flight path, Sanhok, really doesn't matter all too much. So if you want to drop it in. Let me know. In the meanwhile, let's see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Alright, so now we wait to see what the zone will bring. Alright, so good spread coming through from the teams. I mean, we're not seeing any crazy hot drops. I mean, sure, NIGMA, Twisted, maybe a little bit too close to each other there. But, Yeah, no one really looking to play any upset at this point. I really like the kind of spread that we've got coming through here for our respective squads. But again, right now it's just that opportunity to see exactly where the zone is going to go. And well, it centers up onto by none. So there we've got a bit of a thing happening, right? Let's see exactly where these teams are going to be looking to get themselves positions situated as we do jump into a little bit of the action. KR already fighting QTEL. Ooh, the hit connecting on in. Of course, the players there from Triple also down to a 2-piece. Wow, that is not the kind of start that we were expecting to see, or at least not the start that I was expecting to see. But a very silent Tesla truck just creeping its way on through there. Looking for a bit of an angle, bit of a play. Meanwhile, IKURD, they've got a nice spot over on towards this eastern side. We've got a bunch of teams up north, 2 teams to their south. But they actually are holding on to a decent position. I mean, they can just very leisurely rotate forward up into Quarry. Very uncontested, so this could be the match. We could have IKURD step it up even more so. Of course, currently sitting with a glorious 25 eliminations to their name. 36 points in total. And that out of the 9 Sanhoks that they've played to date. Of course, I've not yet counted in those 2 eliminations that we can already see on board for them. So if we add that in, that puts them in a grand total of 27. Definitely a nice little bit of spice coming through for the IKURD squad there. I mean, but it's quite surprising to see IKURD also performing the way they've been so far for the season. I don't know if it's as a result of the rest of the teams really just stepping it up. But, I mean, IKURD last season, they were just on fire. I mean, 417 points, 8 winner chicken dinners. Where's that IKURD? I want to see them as well. I want to see what they're going to be bringing out. I mean, even looking at the performance that we've had on the previous season for Sanhok, I mean, this season around, they're pretty close to that, but we've not seen them look to replicate the previous season Erangel and Miramar performances, right? I mean, last season they had a grand total of 33 eliminations and 19 placement points across all the Sanhoks. For this season, they are sitting on 11 placement points and 25. I mean, so they're very, very close to being on par with the previous season, at least with Sanhok. I mean, Erangel, Miramar, yeah, we've not yet seen exactly the same kind of IKURD, but we've had a few glimmers of hopes, right? We did see a few of those potential opportunities where they really seem to just find things that clicked for them, right? So we want to see more of that. In the meanwhile, as we look onto what center zone is going to be GEEKAY, exploring their way through the lovely boot camp. They've got Slime Machine and NextX now held up in the surrounding area. But NextX holding on to, well, the boot camp hills. I mean, that could be quite the spot to contest. Meanwhile, NASR now just looking to get themselves as spread out as they can. J7 going to be holding on to that more southern positioning. Maybe waiting for NIGMA to rotate up. Not quite sure what the play is going to be here. But we'll find out soon enough. Alright, so NASR now just bring in a serious case of wait and see. In the meanwhile, we'll look onto the side here of Vision. Our leaders so far for this phase. A very comfortable rotational play. I mean, the entirety of Paradise Resort is open for the taking, so they don't have anything to worry about. One team, though, that does have something to worry about is going to be R8. A Slime Machine already looks to apply quite a bit of pressure here onto their sides. Who will win PL this season? I have no idea, Damar. One of the teams, right? Yeah, one of the teams. That's for sure. I can tell you that with 100% confidence. In the meanwhile, let's see what RA are going to be doing here in response to Sly. Ooh. Alright, Attacker does find Prestige. I mean, Sly already down by 2, so there could still be quite a bit of an angle to be played here. Escates on. A little bit more separated than I think they would have liked at this point, as Ragnarok is going to be feeling a lot of this pressure coming through. Ooh, but Ragnarok, no stranger to a good challenge. 13 now knocking on the door. A little bit of that backup coming through as well. Loving the Overwatch angles being held, but up comes the head. Oh! What? Yes, high pitch and all. That's like, what? I mean, Ragnarok. What are you doing? That was insane. Wow. Color me surprised. That was pretty dang OP. Ragnarok clutching it out like it's no one's business. I mean, I'm so happy I didn't have coffee in my mouth at that point, because it would have been all over the place. Yeah. Well done, well done. That is the kind of performance that we want to see come through. I mean, R8 already sitting on 3 eliminations. Dang, it's feeling good. Sly Machine, though, getting sent out by 2. With 2 eliminations to their name. What are my thoughts on Crypto? Crypto is the GOAT. I mean, what more is there to say, right? Crypto, Twisted, you know? It just works like a bam. Oh, double tap, though! Wow, I thought that was a 2-for-1, but that was a double tap. I mean, Ragnarok went, they used both rounds. Wow, now I am really impressed. I mean, hell, that was already quite a bit of a play, but woo! I wasn't expecting that. Alright, let's see now whether or not Ragnarok is going to be able to continue with this absolute insane play. FL Facts, thank you so much for being here. Oh, yeah, no. Ragnarok now, I mean, sure, right? They can walk back to the lobby pretty proud of themselves. I mean, that was an insane hit. Getting 2 players with each shot of the DBS, making it look like it was just 1 hit. Mad respect. That was, so far, I think the best shot that we've seen on Sanhok. Without a doubt, going to the side of R8. That is my opinion. If you agree, great. And we'll leave it there. Let's take a look at what the rest of the teams are going to be doing now. As RTG looks to get themselves set up on the hill. Beautiful line of sight down onto the boot camp position down below. We got the Gangsters chilling over at the cave, and Camp Charlie all the way down to that far southern edge of the zone. Putting a little bit of a NIGMA play here. Yeah. Reno also not trying to move up. You can see them, again, just traveling at near the speed of light. These are one of the fastest vehicles that have ever been in creation. The little Vespa. In the meanwhile, NIGMA also going to be rolling on through. Look at Rauf traveling so slowly. I mean, who drives with 4 wheels? Crips now trying to find a bit of a position to pull themselves up in towards, as they are rotating up here with Rauf. Fortunately, we do have Freak and Lord position just up ahead of them. But they could potentially be looking for a bit of a push further down into that Painan region, right? Oh, Galaga. Already down. Now it's up to Rio and the rest there of RTG to pick up the pieces, get themselves back in the swing of things. While GEEKAY now go about their business, looking to do their due diligence, ensuring that no one is going to get the jump in on them. For NIGMA, this fits right into their play style, as we are going to be looking for that zone out to shift. Usually at this point, NIGMA is still out in the blue, so good to see them changing things up ever so slightly. Fortunately for them, they didn't have to travel all that far, but now Zord is going to be pulling up into boot camp. I mean, KRARB, NASR, Brute Force, Vision, IKURD, the Gangsters, Twisted, NIGMA. Best of luck. There's not going to be a lot of position to take up at this point. I do expect a team like NextX, looking purely at their positioning, to be really challenged and, of course, posted quite a bit of aggression flying in their direction. The same can be said for RTG as well as Quest held towards the northern side. GEEKAY, they know exactly what to expect here, right? They're in their comfort zone. Now, well, they are going to get tested, looking to see whether or not they actually can hold on. Meanwhile, Twisted also, ooh, prepping for a bit of a play at the expense of NASR. NEXX looking to play a bit of third party here. As you can see, J7 and Sanhok are trying to dodge a few sprays, dodge a few shots. Hoping to find, ooh, a good, decent amount of hard cover. But Ragnar, though, with the nade on in. Wow, that is an upset. And this is now GEEKAY just capitalizing on the opportunity. Already bring Twisted down to only Crypto. I mean, that is going to be... That's got to be a very, very scary spot to be in. Especially now with NASR also just holding towards the southern side. NEXX behind them. So many limited options available here. Yep, there we go. Santa with the nade to close it out. And that is going to be Crypto getting closed off with the rest of the team. Twisted, unfortunately, will get sent back quite early on. But now the GANGSTERS going to be looking to capitalize as they reach in from all the way down on the edge of zone. They found themselves a little bit of Lord. Koopsroof and the rest, they're still just hanging in the wing. Utilizing what coverage this region brings on through, but now they're going to have to make a push. Because Blue, as we know on Sanhok, is no one's friend. It is not kind. It is just going to be absolutely eating everybody up. Alright, a few warning shots now getting fired there by the side of IKURD up on that hill. So this is where I feel a little bit worried as to how the teams are going to play through this, because I mean, sure, NIGMA, they're going to be looking to get a bit aggressive, right? But based on the positioning of the rest of the teams, that is not going to be easy to do. I mean, ARB, I think, at this point, are probably the safest team. You can see they are all the way on that far western side. Sure, taking a bit of a swim is going to be quite risky, but they do have a bit of an opportunity there. As the zone doesn't shift all too far away from them, they still have a bit of a chance even to rotate down even more up into that trifecta positioning. So I'm curious to see how ARB are going to be looking to play this one through. But here we go. It's going to be showtime, go time. As Brute Force also find themselves all the way up north. Perched on high, waiting for a bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, Quest now going to be abandoning Brute Camp as they look to get themselves situated much, much further down. Are they going to push up the hill? No, they will not even reach it. As that vehicle just gets absolutely blown to pieces. The shotties come through, and that is the end of Quest. Also getting sent back empty-handed. The Vision now trying to gatekeep the side here of IKURD. Vision, again, bring them all back onto their own feet. Back onto the 4 they go. And that is exactly the amount of number of players they are going to need to contest this push coming through here from the side of IKURD. As Ali does take quite a bit of damage, but not sufficiently so to bring them to their knees. Meanwhile, Triple are down to 1. As the Ali trying to find a way out of that. Ooh, but down goes Ali. This could be exactly the play now for Vision to apply the pressure to rush on forward. Vision, no strangers to aggression when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Already sitting with a glorious 52 eliminations to their name. Oh, yeah. As they do secure themselves their 3rd elimination at the expense of IKURD. Meanwhile, Brute Force are going to be pushing in on KR all the way up in towards the north. Vision going to be trying to make their play. Brute Force, unfortunately, not going to be making it beyond 11th. Now, RTG having to defend as Vision turn their focus down onto the side Vision trying to creep on through to the zone. Oof, beautiful hit though. RTG trying to get it under lockdown. Oh, Discrim trying to sneak a cheeky hit on through. But now it's all down to Saif to see if they can not only survive that blue, but bring their team back into contention. RTG just going to be sitting back, chilling, having a good old time as they wait to see what plays will come through. KR, though, going to be sent off with 6 eliminations. It's a good run for them. Up comes Raouf. Quickly, swiftly dealing with Dam, and that is the end of the road for Triple as well. Teams now starting to drop like flies. What's up, Ellen? Welcome, welcome. Ooh, GEEKAY cleaning up as they find themselves a little bit of NASR, and that is it. 2 points out in 8th position. Woo! Things are heating up. I mean, I said it's going to be amazing to start the day here with a little bit of that Sanhok action, but these teams are just pushing it even further. Zakaria also now gets traded. NEXX, the only team yet to find themselves a few eliminations, but they've got a beautiful setup. So all they got to do now is just look to capitalize. Look to just leverage the heck out of their position. Because I mean, they're up on Bootcamp Hill. Right? GEEKAY needs to push through them. ARB needs to rotate up alongside them. So this is the opportunity for a team like NEXX now to just lock in as much of a performance here as they can. Alright, so Saif now is trying to prep themselves for a bit of a push, a bit of a rush. Taking that run back into the safety of the zone. But now with the GEEKAY and NIGMA holding on the edge, it is not going to be an easy feat. Now Ragnar also getting found. Ooh. Color me impressed. So many angles now to be held here. To be played. RTG essentially down to Rio. You see they now just push up in center zone. The Blues getting ready to shift. ARB now also getting ready to shift, but they could potentially be shifted out into the lobby as they are down to Smoke and Mexico. Going to be hanging in the wing. Zone taking a bit of a shift now further on towards that eastern side. Gangsters looking for a bit of a spread, but up comes GEEKAY. Oh, Raouf pushing through with the UAZ. The spray is there. The S12K just going absolutely rampant. GEEKAY already up on 13 eliminations. Vision are going to end with only 3. But this is now going to be that play to see whether or not GEEKAY can lock in that winner chicken dinner performance already. They've got the eliminations. But now where will it go? Oh, the trade back and forth. Freak so low on that health, but down they go. Getting knocked down by the wind coming out of that shotgun. And with that, we are down to our final 4. GEEKAY now up on 15 eliminations. Nearly 3,000 damage being dealt. But it's not over just yet. Could this be the start of an insane run now coming through for the side of GEEKAY? Well, there's only one way to find out. We've got to sit and wait. Ooh! Now Waf finding a cheeky trade there. Now secure the end of RTG. Now only 3 remain. Santa now starting to kick off the proceedings. Looking to push into that final zone. They're not even waiting for the blue to be revealed. Instead, GEEKAY is just go, go, go! Dexter down. Santa letting loose yet another nade. Looking for a bit of opportunity. Mexico has been found as Gaith now gets ready to push on forward. Gangsters going to try and come through with a bit of a response here, but they've got only 1 elimination to their name. GEEKAY, they've already just got themselves so geared up and ready to roll. Oh, Santa just ripping it up. That is NEXX, the next team down. Oh, GEEKAY already up to 20 eliminations. They got 3 players. 20 versus 1. What is even going on? Gangsters, if they had any idea of what has been cooking so far, I mean, maybe they would just dip out into the blue. Because looking at the numbers here, looking at the momentum that GEEKAY has built in just the single match, that is freaking insane. Now it's going to be Jafar and Kevin up on that front line. Reno going to be pushing in from the east. Oh, but down goes Jafar. Gaith just locking in on target. You see Reno, Kevin, not just trying to play rather a serious case of hide and seek. Maybe more hiding than seeking. Because if GEEKAY finds them, it is going to be quite a big problem. But now, oh, Kevin being forced away from that tree. Up comes Santa, forcing their hand. Oh, the hit is in! Now it's up to Reno, the final contender, standing between GEEKAY and an absolutely insane clutch. 2 players down. This could be 23 eliminations up. Yes, it is. 23-12. Oh, my goodness. I mean, the second player in the GEEKAY squad picked up 12 eliminations as a solo. I didn't even have the time to see exactly who that was. But what on earth is going on? I mean, I know GEEKAY are a pretty strong team, as we were mentioning before. Right, sitting on 60-odd points, 60-odd eliminations. But man, who was expecting to see a 23 elimination game come through? That's the craziest chicken that we've had so far. I mean, only beating ONYX Ravens by 1 elimination, but still, what an absolutely insane run. I mean, I knew GEEKAY was strong when it came to Sanhok, but who would have expected this? I mean, that was just like, what? Insane. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I believe that damage count is also going to be off the chart. It's probably going to be like up here somewhere, right? Usually we see it right about here. I think it's going to be up there. That's what I think we are going to be looking at. But of course, well, we need to see what the rest of the teams brought out onto the battlefield. I don't expect to see a lot of eliminations. Seeing that GEEKAY just did what they did. Yeah, Santa with 12. Right, I knew it was the second play on the list there. Thanks for clearing that one up. It was Santa indeed. But dang, 12 as a solo. Yeah, I think it's safe to say Santa's our MVP. We don't even need to look at the graphic. We know already. We'll see that come through as well. But what a performance, though. I mean, see, I told you, day 3 is going to be a crazy one. Right? It's like I knew. I didn't, but it's like I did, right? Yeah, so much excitement. Yeah, I mean, if that is just the start of the day, imagine what the rest of the day is gonna be. I don't even know anymore. But either which way, let's take a look. GEEKAY walking away with a glorious 33-pointer. Next X coming through on 9. We got 8, and then it all runs down to the bottom. Triple quest and twisted. We'll walk away with nothing because GEEKAY took everything. I mean, GEEKAY taking nearly the equivalent of 5 teams. Right. No, yeah, five teams. No, that's maybe even more. 6 teams. They are 1 elimination shy from taking down 6 teams. Oh my word. NIGMA Galaxy. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough play. It is tough. It is tough. Especially looking at the momentum. Man, like, I'm still trying to process this. I'm still trying to process this. I mean, Santa locking in half the eliminations of the team. Like, my mind is absolutely blown. Like, I knew, I've always known that GEEKAY is, yeah, see, look at that. 3,800 damage. Wow. I mean, that is at times the performance that we see for an entire team throughout 4 matches, right? In a normal day, they did all of that in one go, in one swoop. Whew. Yeah, I mean, why are we even Surprised. Sands are getting 2 eliminations thanks to the utilities. The other 10, they got all purely based on those sprays. I mean, 1637, insane Gaith coming through with a bit of a hit. I mean, this is essentially GK just dominating the first match. At least we've got NIGMA on here as well, right? Raouf covering the most ground. I mean, which is still quite surprising because looking at where NIGMA dropped, I mean, they didn't have to do as much of a rotation, you know, not too far to push on forward. But wow, that was crazy. Coop's always doing the work. I mean, yeah, usually for the side, usually for their team, but this was just an absolutely dominating performance coming through. I'm sorry, it's gonna take me a little while to get over 23 eliminations. I mean, it's an insane amount of plays coming through, but well done to GK though. They are very well deserving of that, so big congratulations. Yeah, what else do we have? We got Habib saying that they do support IKURD, but GK is the best Arab team at the moment. I mean, it's tough to argue, especially looking at the performance on Sanhok. Yes, it is very, very tough to argue that. But of course, looking at our face points as well, you can see GK now with a very comfortable position there, jumping up 3 slots into pole. Whew, 96. Nice eliminations going through for them. 2 winner chicken dinners. Vision R8 though, pretty consistent with the placement there. 31 on either side. So that is the highest that we've got at the moment. Of course, taking a look a little bit further down, ARB has moved up 2 slots. NIGMA, they've moved up 3 slots. RTG, they've moved up 1 in towards 14th. We got the Blaze there from NextX also moving up. So I like what NextX has been doing here. I mean, we like slowly, right? They are like one of those sneaky teams, right? Those stealth teams. They don't make too much noise, but slowly they just encroach up that they just encroach the top positions of the leaderboard, just slowly making their way on up. And I mean, that's also strategy, right? So I'm very excited to see what they're going to be bringing through for the rest of the day, as day 3 is just going to continue with this. That's what I'm kind of expecting, right? Especially seeing that we are going to be heading into a back-to-back Erangel now. Of course, the players from GEEKAY, they are going to be playing this match. They'll only be sitting out in match number 4, which is going to be all the way on Miramar. So GEEKAY now has the opportunity to just go crazy, because it's going to be a back-to-back Erangel coming through. I mean, GK's points also, from what we've seen so far, they said with 90 eliminations on the map of Erangel. 4th place about overall with their performances. 2 winner chicken dinners. And, well, 134 points in total. I mean, they are only beat out by R8, ONYX Ravens, and NIGMA Galaxy. Right? As we know, ONYX Ravens, they got themselves the insane performance. Also, that 22 chicken. Whew. But yeah, I'm curious to see what this next few games are going to be bringing in. I mean, so GK, they're going to be playing this one and the next. R8 only going to be playing this Erangel, not the next one. We've got ARB champions that are going to be in this game as well. We've got the Falcons joining us out on the battlefield. We've got W7. We've got CONQUEROR Iraq and ONYX Ravens. Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit to see now, as the teams have already set up quite a bit of a standard right out of the gate. Speaking about gates, right, let's gauge their overall performances here. I mean, this is the average, right? NIGMA sitting with an average here of 6 eliminations per Erangel. ONYX Ravens on an average of 4.78. We got GK coming through on 5. Now, I mean, these numbers are impressive, but let's translate them, right? So if you take 18 times it by 6, it puts you on 102. So that is a pretty steep number to play through. And of course, they've now all essentially played around about 18 Erangels, right? Up to this point, this is going to be Erangel number 19 for some of the teams, Erangel number 20 for a few others. So we ran about the 1918s. Erangel that is going to be finding its way onto the battlefield. Of course, we've already seen 23 of them, right? And the teams, of course, not all playing exactly the same match, but eventually everyone will play exactly the same quantity on each map. So with a back-to-back run, this is going to be a bit of an opportunity, but especially moving into this one, I'm going to see what IKURD are going to be bringing to the battlefield. I mean, we did see that they tried in this last match. IKURD securing themselves at least those 3 eliminations, but I want to see what they'll be able to do on Erangel, because Erangel, they are the team situated the highest up on the leaderboard that has not yet had a winner chicken dinner. So they've got 118 points, right? They are in the 6th place overall with regards to their performance. So I want to see that. I mean, they have exactly the same amount of eliminations as Quest has on Erangel, which is 75, which is a pretty good number to work with. But the only difference is that Quest, as they've had 2 winner chicken dinners, as to where IKURD, not yet. But fortunately for IKURD, Quest are not here, so they can look to improve those positions, look to just lock in as much as they can. But someone's got to put GEEKAY in their spot, right? That's what I think could be happening here. We can see a few shoutouts coming through now for NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, NIGMA, they are the leaders so far when it comes to Erangel. 163 points, 102 eliminations. The only team that is even remotely close to Century. The closest to them is going to be GEEKAY with a 90, right? So, I mean, GEEKAY going to have to find at least 10 eliminations to catch up. Just based on the total elims that they've been able to find so far. But as we know, right, Erangel will allow that opportunity for the teams to go a little bit crazy. But this is where I want to know now, right? Where do you think we are going to be looking towards with zones and flight paths? Right, where do you think it's going to end? Or where do you think the first one's going to be? Where do you think the zone's going to go? Or who do you think is going to be the first team to fall? Any predictions that you want to give? Let me know. All right, so we've already seen a 22 elimination chicken. We've seen a 23 elimination chicken. Do you think we are going to be looking at another insane play like that? Or are we going to have something completely different? Do you think it's going to be like 15, right? Give me your idea. Like, give me your prediction for that winner chicken dinner. We do have a prediction for a multi-zone potentially coming through. So let's see if that is going to be the play at all. In the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping into the game, hopping into the action. So the flight path is going to be starting us all the way over that western side. As you can see, a hospital, Gatka quarry, all down below. And looking at the angle that we've got, ooh, yeah, an almost perfectly horizontal flight path. So going from the west straight across in towards Malta Power, essentially cutting this flight path, the map rather, in half. As if it was just one of those little blocks further up to the north, it would have been exactly in the center. Alright, so we've got a prediction coming through for a west zone. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see if that is going to be the play. Who's going to hit the nail on the head? Doesn't seem like we've got any potential hot drops coming through. But for this match, my eyes are partially going to be all over the place, right? I'm going to be looking at IKURD because they can do with a winner chicken dinner. That could be their first on Erangel, their first one for this entire season. Right, not just this phase. Ooh, but the entire season. It is going to be a lovely northeastern zone. Yes, sir. There it is. So, especially the teams down south, like the GANGSTERS, Quest, RTG. Oh no, that's CONQUEROR Iraq down below. They're going to be having to do quite a bit of rotationing to get themselves situated. So we've got Quest, Triple, Sly, and KR that are going to be sitting it out for this match. Is that going to be making any impact on the performances we could have coming through here? I mean, Twisted opting for a bit of a split with regards to their drop. Crypto now going to be drifting down towards that lovely southern side with AZ. We've got Dami and Evo Station all the way up towards the northern edge. Ooh, very interesting drops that we've got coming through here. NEXX and Falcons, of course, doing the usual thing. I'm curious to see what Jasnaya is going to hold for them. I mean, NEXX seems like they've decided to not stick around there. Instead, going to be looking to get themselves situated elsewhere. Meanwhile, NIGMA also looking to play things maybe a little bit differently. All right, so now it is going to be up to the teams to show us what their intentions are, right? What they're going to be bringing to this battlefield. Brute Force goes back in their usual position, holding on to the lovely Severny. I'm quite curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing through with regards to their rotations. I mean, GEEKAY up in Rozhok, essentially almost kind of like center zone, but not exactly. I think it's between Yasnaya Poliana and Rozhok as to which one is going to be the closest to that center point. But I'm expecting a few early rotations potentially to come through here with the teams looking to get themselves set up in anticipation of what could be coming through in these coming zones. Next X here, of course, sitting with a grand total of 36 eliminations to their name. If we jump over to the side of IKURD, well, they've got a little bit more than double that, right? Sitting with 75. So IKURD definitely not shy when it comes to the aggression, securing those points. But next X still just has to find that rhythm to get themselves secured into the later few stages. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Gangsters. As we know already, with the winner chicken dinner to their name, they have about a 4% success rate when it comes to the map of Erangel based on their previous performances. The previous 18 that they've played. So let's see just how far they'll be able to push it. Of course, NASR now going to be looking to squeeze on in. Yeah. Kind of where I thought NASR was going to be rotating up towards. So nice bit of a transitional position that they take up here. Not quite sure what Starch is firing at because there's no one there. Teams are quite some way away, right? Vision, ARB, and Twisted are the teams that were in that direction of which we saw the shots just getting fired now. But it's gonna take some time before they even start to render on through. So maybe that was Starch just being a little bit preemptive, right? Just practicing in the meantime while they wait for the plays to come in. CONQUEROR going to be rotating up here alongside NIGMA Galaxy, as well as potentially, eventually, the side of GEEKAY. We have just up ahead, making their way through School and Rozhok. Meanwhile, it's going to be W7 now pushing up into Cube. We got the players here from R8. Trying to figure out what their approach is going to be for this match. Holding on to a 2-1-1 split. Ooh, Ida in trouble. Yeah, Yakuza locks it in. I mean, R8 trying to scout out the whole situation here, but unfortunately, not turning out too well for them. Curious to see what Prestige's response will be to this. Of course, the rest of the team could also look to answer here, but we'll find out soon, as they could be looking to converge and maybe get a bit of a rush. W7, they've got their backs covered, right? We've got General and Yakuza up on the front line. The rest of the squad holding back up towards that lovely Q positioning. So the Overwatch definitely there. Let's see if Esketon now is going to be following through. Ooh, Prepod in the meanwhile is going to be finding themselves a little bit of action all the way up towards that northern position, just outside of Yasnaya Poliana. Up comes the spray though. Esketon looking to just push the side of W7 a little bit further back. This is going to be a very interesting push now coming through here for R8. Because W7, they've got the advantage now in those compounds. In the meanwhile, Brute Force now getting caught out. As the sprays continue to just connect on in. Next X also going to be pushing on forward. Ooh. That could be brute force in quite a bit of a situation now, as they've got IKURD, they got Falcons, and Next X now starting to encircle them. Heck, we could even see Vision pull on through as the zone does take us even further to the east. Gangsters now have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves properly situated. But this is the cue now also for R8 to find their rotation. Find that way to get themselves situated. It does seem like they are going to be opting for the two bridges that have access to. W7 very unfazed, just hopping in their vehicles and off they go. But now the big test is going to come through for brute force. Looking to see how they're going to be holding on here as, well, they have quite a few teams now heading in their directions. Meanwhile, it's going to be Damar from the Falcons to get found out. It's up to Salam and Pablo. Let's see if they can hold that name. Vision also stepping up quite aggressively so far here today. They also hold on to some pretty decent stats. 70 eliminations when it comes to Erangel. Ooh, but now comes Discrim looking to find the play, and they do succeed getting it checked. But now Discrim being put on quite a bit of a back foot. I mean, Falcons definitely not a team that you want to just blindly rush up upon. And now it's resulted into a bit of a standoff. Ooh, Next X now going to be looking to play their hand. Looking to sneak the opportunity. You can see that setup, right? The 3-1 push. Skipping one back on Overwatch. Mexico, don't worry. And now WAF going to be looking to clean it up. They've got the opposition. They got the angle, the opportunity now to find it into the side of Vision. Oh, but the defense is there. Vision not going to let this one slide. All you need is a nade. Oh, Mexico getting caught in the reload. Beautiful strategy attempted here by Next. But unfortunately not following through as they would have hoped. With that, Next X rather are down to 1. Yeah, see, utilities could have been absolutely amazing. Quite a bit of a help at that play. But now essentially it is down to Dexter for the side of Next X. We do see the NASR squad also now starting to trickle on through. Falcons still alive, still holding nice and steady. Alright, so that is the end for Next X. Our first team making their way to the lobby. Let's see whether or not the Falcons can hold on to this triple stack. Maybe just fend off all the contenders coming through. I mean, looking at that zone shift, they might have even more now looking to rotate up. But yeah, so IKURD, Twisted, ONYX, Ravens, all going to start rotating in this direction. Brute Force could also potentially be looking to make that play. I mean, well done to Brute Force, though, for managing to stay alive, getting themselves out of a very sticky situation. But now it's going to be Prepot to fall just in front of that zone. So we could see a little bit of a carry come through there on their end. Meanwhile, Falcons now could get hit with a bit of a nade. Ooh, it's going to go high. Ooh, a little bit too high. And Falcons still have quite a bit of room to work on through. Doesn't seem like IKURD or NASR are too interested in contesting here. Maybe just waiting to see what the outcome is going to be. Ooh, that nade though. Ooh, Pablo having to just hastily reposition themselves, fortunately. There's a considerable amount of hard cover for them. So Vision now just getting stocked up. They know that they are within the zone. Oh, Discrim trying to find that play. Oh, the nade is there. This could be exactly the opportunity, but now it's going to be Vision pushing on forward. Pablo venturing all the way down onto the staircase, trying to see if they can get those angles, but this is exactly the opportunity for Vision to breach. All they gotta do is now creep up on that staircase, send out the utility, and that could be it. That could be the confirmations in on the side of Falcons. Meanwhile, as you can see on the left-hand side, Twisted has been able to get themselves back up again. Oh, Pablo is down. This is going to be NASR now just rushing on in. Yeah, there we go. Wow, quite a bit of a helping hand being brought through there from the side of NASR. Definitely giving the side of Vision the kind of cue that they needed to clean up that building. But is that maybe just a bit of a setup coming through now for NASR to do exactly the same? Turn the tables in their own favor. I'm not quite sure though, as NASR are taking a 2-2 split. You can see IKURD here up in Alamo. Nice southern positioning as we are going to be waiting for that zone to be revealed. We got Brute Force pushing in on the side of W7. Nox trades either end. Zone is going to be taking us further over to that lovely southeastern end. Again, not a super aggressive shift. But it's going to be quite trying for our teams because we don't have a lot of compounds available in that region. ARB and Conquer Iraq also getting down to business now. Brute Force looking to push on forward. We need to find a bit of an opportunity. Holding on with 3 players still to their name. W7 though, they've got a few knocks in. And still 4 players. So as the reses now start to come on through, this could be a bit of a bounce back opportunity here. I mean, Brute Force sitting with 81 eliminations to their name. Definitely one of our top performers when it comes to eliminations here. So they know exactly what to do, how to play this position against the side of W7. But it's all going to come down to the luck of the draw, whether or not they can get those angles secured already. Utility finding a bit of an opportunity here. But again, it's not swinging in anyone's favor though. Waleed, does find their own teammate. And this is now going to be go time. The blue zone is going to be creeping on in as well. And it's not the kind of blue that you want to get caught out in, as we already hit those later few stages. Waleed now trying to make the most out of what they've got to work with, as the rest of the Brute Force team are going to be looking to push even further away. This could be a bit of a setup now coming through from Prepod. Ado not going to be wasting any time, but Twisted also just rushing in on Vision. Vision still locked in on the defensive. Crypto now trying to save the play, as it is Crypto v Tapok. Both players so close to getting themselves secured up in towards this next zone, but neither of them willing to relinquish control. A quick look back at what went down between Conqueror and ARB. Beautiful nade coming through from Ricard. 1 in, 2 in, bam! It goes. Wow, Ricard with a very effortless play on that one, just locking it in. Crypto now still holding nice and steady here. Meanwhile, GEEKAY are going to be looking to move up. They've got the gangsters just on that southern edge. So need to be a little bit more cautious this time around. We're not seeing GEEKAY making another run for 23 eliminations. Not quite sure exactly how many they're going to be looking to push for. But I think it is safe to say that it's not going to be 23. The team's still very, very spread out across the board. Things have, quieted down quite a bit. Not quite sure who got that finish. But we did see Vision now getting closed up. Off they go. The zone going to be taking a nice bit of a shift here. Looking pretty good for NASR and R8. But RTG also going to be looking to get themselves set up. Oof, Crypto out in the open. It is so unfortunate, but it is what it is. I believe that was Brute Force that got the spray secured. Now, Gangsters. Oh, yeah, this is going to be tough. They're going to try and push through the side here of GEEKAY. Looking for a bit of an angle, spots the opportunity at the expense of W7 as General tried to make that play, but unfortunately, well, it was a very, very risky rotation. Now the Gangsters have to pull off a few risky rotations of their own. They're going to try and sneak up alongside this western line, but the moment they clear this ridge, it is going to be carnage. Up comes the spray that trades on either end. It's going to be Gangsters v GEEKAY. So far, it seems like GEEKAY have a little bit more than they can chew. The aggressors looking to capitalize. Down goes Santa, Kevin, Jafar. They're going to be looking to see if they can bounce back. They got a buddy also just hanging in the wing. So Ragnar trying to make a very strong attempt at fending off the advances there from the side of the Gangsters, but RA are going to be looking to just smile their way on through. Ragnar manages to dip into the vehicle and just rotate a little bit further away, just getting themselves out of that sticky situation. But again, it could be quite short-lived as they do find themselves now just up on that loot crate. A bit of an upgrade to the gear could be exactly what they now need to come through here. Up comes Kevin. Oh, is Kevin going to find it though? Gotta watch out. IKURD and NIGMA going at each other's throats just a little bit towards that south up in Alamo. As you got Coops and Freak waiting for the addition of Lord to join in so they can mount a full-on aggressive charge into the side here. But IKURD not going to take this one. Not rather going to grant this one. Oh, as they are going to be looking to defend. Ali, Aram, and AZ. The AAA coming through here from IKURD. Freak not even interested in just the players up ahead of them. They spot a bit of a play. Potentially coming through here towards ARB. Let's see what we have. NIGMA now focused down onto the side of IKURD. Oh, the push coming through. You can see those sprays coming in on the edge as he is picked up, though. It's now down to Ali, but unfortunately, Freak just strafes on and gets the finishing blows, and that is the end of the road. ARB champions are going to be charging on it as well. Oh, trying to give NIGMA a little bit of what NIGMA tried to deal out to them, but instead, it is going to be the end. NIGMA, only 5 eliminations to their name, having to settle for an 8th place finish. Down to the final 7 we go. Ragnar still holding strong. Not quite sure for how much longer they'll be able to survive, especially looking at the utility. It could be connecting up, but fortunately for Ragnar, they are right there on the edge. But looking at ARB's positioning just behind Ragnar here, it could be very short-lived as we do see Smoker and Osama are getting ready to just inch their way a little bit closer to that zone. RTG going to be looking to make a push as well, but they've spotted out a bit of that brute force, aka R8 action. ARB now pushing in. I'm not quite sure if they know that Ragnar is right there, but they definitely have seen a bit of movement. So they could be focusing down onto the Gangsters, but we'll find out soon enough exactly what it will be. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the side of Brute Force. Walking away with 2 eliminations to their name. 7th place finish. So also finding a few of the placement points, but up comes the push now from ARB. Ooh! Yep, there we go. Sacrificing a bit of Smoker and Q-Tel to get those points, but this now opens up the opportunity for the Gangsters to do exactly the same. Looking to capitalize as the charge is there. Down goes Ricard. Oh, ARB now in a world of trouble. Some are going to be holding on, having to defend the honor of their team. Oh, Utility is going to find him though. Yeah, ooh, double whammy. But still, Osama survives. Yeah, there we go. Kevin coming through with the UMP to close it up. ARB though, 7 eliminations. Very good job. I mean, Gangsters also sitting on 7. But let's see how far the Gangsters are going to try and push those placement points. Maybe looking for a few more eliminations across the way. So 3 out of our 4 teams left on a 3-piece. RTG, the only team sat here with a full squad. Right, so I think it is safe to say that we are not going to have a 23 elimination game. We do see RTG, NASR, and R8 sitting on 3 eliminations on either side. Gangsters now secured on 7. Ooh, nice bit of a reach coming through from Spec though. As they do bring R8 down to a 2-piece, Gangster also down to 2. So NASR, RTG now looking to be the aggressors here. Oh, not quite sure why Spec is pushing out in the open. Of course, a lot of that ridge cover is there to allow for a little bit more of that continuation to come through. But let's see where these nades are going to be going. Oh, that might be a bait to open up the opportunity now for J7 to get a pretty good idea as to where exactly RTG are positioned. If that is the case, that is a beautiful strat. Speaking about strats, the Gangsters now need to play their best strats to get themselves situated, as they are going to be having to push through from that southern side. You can see RTG out in the open, very exposed. It could get pincered, especially now that Zakaria and Kalaga. Oh no, that is Zakaria and Rio. No, who's the other one? Oh, Riva. Yeah, Zakaria and Riva are the 2 caught out on the edge. Looking to find a bit of a bush to get themselves secured. Maybe looking to just regroup with the rest of the team. Trying to hold those numbers steady. Akans, Jafar, Kevin slowly just creeping closer and closer to the zone. But again, not having the luxury of just pushing on forward. NASR also very reluctant to give up any of their coverage that they've got. Oh, but let's see if Kalaga's going to find anything. Oh, a little bit of damage, but not too much. Onto the side of J7. Oh, here we go. Spec playing Overwatch. All they need to do is move on to the opposite end of that roof to get themselves secured in zone. But that is much easier said than done, as that will put them in a very, very vulnerable position. But the angle pays off as they do find Riva. So RTG now down to 3, not necessarily having that advantage anymore. Gangsters going to be looking to make the most with what they can. Spec now being absolute nuisance here. But of course, well, the repayment is about to come on through. As we did see a few of those hits connecting in here from the side of RTG onto NASR. Starts J7 just getting kept at bay. Gangsters in a very, very tough spot. Not quite sure how they're going to get themselves secured. Oh, well, maybe there might be no need to get themselves secured. Spec, though. Oh, down they go, Zakaria. I like what RTG is doing here. He's trying to capitalize on their positioning. I mean, they are center zone. They know the rest of the lobby needs to pull closer to them. And now they're going to be looking to just extend that reach. But they've got 3 teams to go up against, so definitely not easy odds to play for here. They essentially have 1 player for every squad that they still need to face off against. So you can see it is duos across the board. So this is potentially what we call a triangle of doom. 3 angle, yes, a triangle of doom. So if you want to make any predictions as to who you think is going to be taking it, let me know right now as SK Ton gets traded on down. R8 left to survive with only Prestige, but Prestige not going to be backing off. A lot of positional play coming through here. Teams just trying to get themselves into a good spot so they can strike down, make that play for the winner chicken dinner. That's not essentially what Prestige is doing here. Prestige is just going to try and ride it out. Looking to get themselves into placement points even more so. Because currently 4th place, not the most ideal place to go. Oh, but let's see who's going to be the next one though. Is it going to be the Gangsters? Is it going to be NASR? Is it going to be R8? Or potentially even the side there of RTG? So NASR now going to start their push. Oh, yeah, there we go. Zakaria ready to strike as NASR get bounced on out. Having to settle for 5 eliminations and a 4th place finish. RTG, though, springing into action. They find a bit of Jafar. They still need to find Kevin. And that could be the end. Meanwhile, look at that. Rio doesn't even need a spray. As they just ended right there for R8. But with that, the winner chicken dinner comes through. Very quick reactions there from the side of RTG. Securing themselves the victory on their road to glory. Phenomenal play. Very aggressive bit of action on their end as well. But you gotta love what RTG's been cooking up so far. I mean, a crazy chicken. I mean, pretty tough odds to play at, as we know, right? So many players, so many teams still alive, even up into that late stage. But somehow, miraculously, they were able to hold on. I mean, they were holding on to their advantage for a while. Of course, things then getting even out a little bit more. But essentially, as we saw, right, they found themselves a bit of a triangle of doom. Fortunately, they were able to survive. Proving their worth, right? Securing themselves 9 eliminations. So a very strong finish coming through on their end. You also got to commend the efforts coming through from the side of Gangsters. I mean, they also played quite a bit of a game, just being such a nuisance, especially once they moved through from, I believe it was the... They came through from the western side, right? I mean, we did see the ARB champions, they pushed through from Alamo. But again, so many surprise angles that we've had playing out in this match. I mean, it's nothing in comparison to what we had on Sanhok, but of course, 2 different maps, 2 different playstyles, right? But a very exciting Erangel nonetheless. I'm excited to see how any of this is going to carry through into the next one, because as we know, right after this, we do have yet another Erangel that's going to be making its way through for these teams. Of course, we are going to be having the players from Group C set out. Group D is going to be joining us back. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at those points. As we got RTG secured on 19. We got the players then from the side of Gangsters picking up a lovely 15 pointers. But as we take a look a little bit further down the board, you can see that unfortunately, CONQUEROR Iraq, the next X, aren't going to be walking away with any points to their name. Some amazing replays again, just finding their way across the battlefield. I mean, IKURD also looked to step it up. NIGMA with a very surprise rush coming through onto them. RTG, I mean, especially looking at the way that they approach the zone, you know, getting themselves situated. If Spec did have the zone, they would have won. I mean... Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, Spec did essentially have zone. I mean, the difficulty in Spec's position was the fact that they could only rely on the one side of the roof, right? They had to push over that to get themselves back into zone or just jump off. But unfortunately, RTG was having none of that. Or the Gangsters were having none of that. Taking a quick look at our performances here. Vision versus RTG. Well, very similar with regards to eliminations, but you can see RTG just playing such an aggressive game here. 1900 damage getting confirmed versus the 1500 coming through from the side of Vision. I mean, it's pretty crazy though, right? RTG finishing at the top of the board, Vision all the way in 6th place. So, yeah, Vision not having the luxury of placement points, only relying on those eliminations. But that's not going to stop them. As you can see, Discrim coming through with 6 of the 8 eliminations for their team, also taking the most damage for this match. So, a very, very exciting performance to wrap up our second game of the day, our first Miramar, or first Erangel rather. We still have our final one that is just around the corner, which is going to be making its way through pretty soon. But, I mean, just got to love what these teams are bringing in. I mean, already in the first match, we had a 23 elimination performance coming through from the side there of GEEKAY. Looking at the performance this time around, sure, 1 elimination, not anything to compare it with. But as we know, GEEKAY, I mean, they perform very well on Erangel, not necessarily one of our strongest teams. They are quite high with regards to eliminations. I mean, 91 now after this match. But still, yeah, placement points. Yeah, it is what it is. But let's take a look at the board as we hop into the face points. It is going to be GEEKAY now secured right there at the top on 101, with Vision just hot on their heels. Only 1 point difference. A little bit of a gap, though, being created between 2nd and 3rd place. But R8 still looking pretty strong, sitting with the most placement points. So they are definitely up to something. RTG, though, are going to be taking an 8-slot jump all the way up into that 6th position. I mean, NASR, they've moved up 1. ARB also jumping up 2 positions. So some pretty good plays here. A road to glory, doing quite a bit of work, as we saw there. Then take a look at the second page. NIGMA, they've also then moved themselves up into 10th position. GANGSTERS, they've also moved up 4 slots. Right, so they were sitting much further down. In fact, all the way down in 20th, and now they find themselves up in 16th. So GANGSTERS, I think they've also decided that, you know, today is going to be the day in which they look to change everything, right? They're definitely not going to be settling for a position further down. Of course, as we know for the phase, the teams are going to be playing for top 12, looking to see who will be making through on towards Livik. But aside from that, we also have our teams competing in the overall standings. So 11th down to 20th, nothing has changed, right? The teams are still in exactly the same position. So 15th is NASR, then we got ARB, we got W7, KR, and CONQUEROR Iraq, right? They are locked, at least for now. CONQUEROR Iraq, 1 point away from hitting 200. Very impressive stuff to look at. But yeah, 14th to 19th, nothing is safe, right? It can still all change. So there's essentially 25 points. No, make it 29 points between 15th and 19th place. Right, that's the difference between those 2 slots. Anything in between can change. So there's still going to be quite a bit of a rush, right? Looking a little bit further up, though, there has been a few changes within the top 10. We did see Vision now moving up into 5th place, so taking a 2-slot jump. Also then tied on exactly the same amount of points of FALCONS, so 323. Then, of course, RTG also taking a 2-slot jump up in towards 8th place. Right, speaking about jumps, though, and speaking about slots, we're going to be slotting ourselves into a break jump. There we go. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back.
اهلا وسهلا، جيتكم في مقابله جديده مع اللاعب يوسف. حياك الله يوسف.
الله يحييك.
يا مرحبا فيك. نبيك تعرفنا عن نفسك وتعرفنا عن اعضاء فريقك وانتم من وين.
انا يوسف من فريق جانجستار. زملائي بالفريق كيفن، وحش، جعفر، عبقرينو، عبودي.
من وين؟
احنا من العراق.
اهلا وسهلا بكم. ودي اعرف شلون كانت تجربتكم في البي سي، شلون كانت شعوركم كاول بطولة تلعبونها الآن؟
والله بطولة حلوة، كل شيء حلو فيه، ما عانينا بشيء غير السماعات. كسبنا خبرة أكيد من التيمات ومن الفرق، فأكيد احتكاكنا فيهم راح نسوي شيء أفضل بالقادم، وأكيد
عسى الله يوفقكم، وأكيد احنا كلنا ثقة فيكم. نبي نعرف شنو الشيء اللي يعني يمتلكه يوسف ويميزه ومن الممكن هذا الشيء يوصل يوسف للنجاح الكبير؟
طموحي،
ممتاز.
شغفي باللعبة، وكل مجال أدخل فيه عندي شغف وطموح إنه أكون بالتوب. أكيد هذا الشيء هو اللي يساعدني.
ورجعنا لكم أعزائي المتابعين كل الموجودين، اكسبوا الصلاح على
Exactly. Of course, well, no idea what he said, but we are going to get ready. I'll translate whatever I know, which is nothing. So we are going to get ready for match number 3. Of course, we're heading straight into Erangel to see what our teams are going to be bringing in for a second and final installment of the day. So far, I mean, yeah, it's upsets, right? It's been an upsetting day, but that is what we love to see. That is what we expect to see, especially coming into day number 3. GEEKAY having a phenomenal run so far, sitting on a grand total of 36 points. Right. I mean, that's for the day. Then we've got RTG coming through on a lovely 26. We got the Gangsters on 22. And then, of course, we got the players then from ARB also securing themselves on 15 for the day so far. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of opportunities, right? A lot of upsets could find their way in through these games. But let's see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing in as we have just the last Erangel to play through. So do you think it is going to be the same kind of performance that we had in the previous one, right? Are we going to have RTG maybe clutching it out yet again? Well, the answer to that's no, because RTG is not going to be in this lobby, right? So RTG, R8, IKURD, and ARB are going to be taking a bit of a break. But we'll definitely have the players in from Group D joining us on the battlefield, right? So that is going to be KR, Quest, Sly, and Triple. So do you think it could be one of the returning teams returning from the break, that could be taking that play now, that could be taking that winner chicken dinner? I mean, the highest team from those placed within the board is going to be the side of Quest, coming through with a grand total of 75 eliminations for Erangel. So who knows, right? Maybe that is exactly the kind of boost that they need, right? Just have that break, regather themselves, and then, boop. Speaking about boop, here we go. Let's see what that flight path is going to be bringing on in. They head straight on down. All right. Okay, so a decent flight path to start us off as we are coming in from the lovely Lipovka, heading our way through towards Primorsk over on that far end. So curious to see where the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, to get themselves positioned, and maybe we could be quite blessed with regards to that zone positioning. Right, it's going to be somewhat reliant on, of course, what that RNG will be bringing to the table. But let's find out exactly where the teams are going to be looking to push into. Ooh, here we go, a lovely eastern zone. So slightly a little bit more south than what we had before. Really a great start now for the teams that like to frequent a little bit of that Yasnaya, Poliana. Looking at Shelter, Prison, I mean NASR with a good setup there. Alright, now it's going to come down to these rotations. Brute Force, ONYX, Ravens, also very, very close. Brute Force could either be opting for a bit of Severny. I think that is obviously what they're going to be looking to do. I guess to see how that rotation is going to find its way on back. Maybe we could see Brute Force pull in towards Stolber. Maybe they're going to return in towards Yasnaya. I think it is going to be heavily reliant on what that next zone is going to be bringing on in. let's see as the teams continue to push now, looking to just go about their loot, looking to get themselves properly geared up, situated, and maybe a bit to see where we're going to be finding that first bit of action. Of course, right out of the gate, nothing really happening. The teams are just moving all over the place, looking for a little bit of loot, looking for a bit of a position. But again, right, so much can change here. We do see APK Reno also just up on the front line. Ooh, let's see now. Maybe it could be a bit of a play coming through here from the Gangsters, but of course, well, there's no one really that close to them. So let's see what they're going to be doing. Right, it seems it is business as usual. The teams now just going about their looting job. They to see what they can find or whether or not they're going to be happy. But speaking about happy, I mean, APK Reno might not be too happy. Unless, of course, they get the jump in on CONQUEROR Iraq. So that could be the kind of ticket that they need at this point. But APK Reno are just going to be sending out a few mollies. Looking to keep them at bay as long as they can, while the rest of the team now looks to come in the rear. They're looking just to fortify this push. And we got Kevin, Jafar, and A-Buddy now joining in. Oh, but no. APK Reno are getting found. CONQUEROR Iraq now going to be looking to continue with the play. Oh, beautiful nade as Crazy locks it in on Jafar, A-Buddy, and Kevin. Could find themselves in quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately for them, they are on the outside, but up comes CONQUEROR Iraq, determined to close this one out. Oh, the sprays are there, the jump shots are in, and that's it! Gangsters getting taken out very, very early. I mean, they didn't even have time to get any wear and tear in on their shoes. I mean, very unfortunate, but you know what? Big ups to the side here of CONQUEROR Iraq. So, yeah, good return as they continue to push on through. I mean, looking at their performance coming in from that previous match, I mean, CONQUEROR Iraq, well, they weren't able to secure any eliminations. This time around, they pick up 4. So far already, this Erangel is looking pretty great for them. So let's see if they'll continue with their reign, right? Will they be able to secure those plays? Meanwhile, it's going to be NASR now, just secured in and around Mansion. Ooh, yeah, Starch having his fingers slip a little bit there, trying to grab hold of the roof. Unfortunately, well, not just yet. Meanwhile, Twisted all the way down south. I mean, they're going to be having a very comfortable rotation moving up, especially over that bridge. I mean, we've got Triple close to farm, but it doesn't seem like Triple are even considering a bridge camp at this point. Meanwhile, things are definitely tightening up. As you can see between Sly and Vision. We've got NASR just north of that as well. So 3 teams in pretty close proximity to each other. A lot of sweaty plays about to make their way on through. We got Next X also maybe looking for a bit of an opportunity onto the side there of NASR. It's such a different play from what we've had just come through in the previous one. Teams making it so difficult to predict exactly what is going to come through. And meanwhile, it's going to be GEEKAY now also just moving out of their drop location. Just a slight bit of an eastern rotation. But Tika now just looking on from atop the hill. They can see the movement happening. Playing a bit of scout. They do decide to take aim at Ragnar first. Now it's going to be up to Santa, who is yet to disengage. But unfortunately, Batika didn't exactly see Santa leaving. So KR definitely going to be looking to make a bit of a mark here as, well, they've not played the first Erangel of the day. Now they're going to be looking to see what they can bring to the table. Performing quite decently with regards to the eliminations, sitting on a grand total of 52. Ooh. Now they will have even more of an opportunity to aim for even higher figures as the zone shifts over on towards the eastern side. You can really see a very contested and congested zone to come through. Brute Force, Conqueror, W7, and Twisted are going to be smiling because they have nothing really to worry about. They can just casually roll on through. Especially looking at Brute Force. I mean, that entire northern region of the zone is open for the taking. Center zone and everything to the south of it is going to be pretty hot and sweaty. You can see GEEKAY now falling victim to a few sprays so far. NASR now looking to contest ONYX Ravens. Oh, they want the compound. Oh, it's now down to Saleh. Oh, NASR stepping it up. But up comes KR looking to play offset as well. So 3 teams now fighting for possession of this one little compound. No, make that 4 as Triple also come rushing on in. What is going on? ONYX Ravens, unfortunately, will not survive the immense number of players now just descending down upon them. I don't think we've ever seen 4 teams fight it out in this season. And with that, of course, the numbers continue to dwindle. It is now essentially up to KR and NASR. But KR down to 1. NASR still has a full 3-piece to utilize. But unfortunately for Triple, they also didn't exactly send in the entire squad. But hey, NASR now can, well, breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief here. They've now cleared out the floor. And they have full control of at least this one compound. You can still see Next X just off to the side there. So good play coming through. I mean, that was that was quite a bit of excitement. NASR sitting on a very, very comfortable 5 eliminations. Let's go. Meanwhile, Twisted, they're going to be exploring that eastern side of the zone, making their way towards Lipovka. So it could be an interesting position. I mean, we got Vision already secured there. Oh, no, Crypto. No, no, no. That's not the way you're supposed to park, right? We've got designated parking all over the place. Up on the hill with your car out in the open. Definitely not the spot. Crypto now trying to figure out where those shots came from. Of course, they came from Discrim. We can see being the most southern person there for the side of Vision. Meanwhile, Twisted now could maybe turn their attention onto Slime Machine, as that looks to be the rotation they are opting for. Of course, they got to watch out. You can see NIGMA on the approach as well. Oh, this could be risky. This could be very, very risky indeed. And predictions coming through there for Brute Force, Vision, NIGMA, and Quest. I mean, Brute Force currently sitting with a 4% success rate on Erangel. Vision, though, they are going to be sitting also well with a 4% success rate. NIGMA sitting with a 13% rate. And Quest, well, they find themselves on an 8%, right? So the odds are definitely leaning a little bit more towards Quest and NIGMA. Let's see whether or not the rest of the lobby is going to look to allow any of that to be the case. I mean, a good play there for KR. Regardless whether or not they got taken out early, they at least do that with 2 eliminations to their name. And as we know, points are points at the end of the day, so any additional points they can find will help to just kind of keep them flowing forward, right? In the meanwhile, it's going to be W7 just holding off on the far edges there. They got CONQUEROR not too far away from them. Brute Force also playing a very, very spread out approach up towards the northern edges of zone. Quest needs to be careful as to how they play this, because if they make too much noise, that is going to draw in the side of Falcons, NASR, GEEKAY, NIGMA, Triple, Vision, Sly, Twisted, right, pick a name. They're all going to come rushing on forward. Already we did see 4 teams partaking in quite a bit of a spray down up into one particular compound. I don't know if they like the compounds that much, but sure, we'll take it. Meanwhile, NIGMA doing their due diligence, ensuring that they have a pretty good idea as to the positions. But speaking about barking from before, I mean, Crypto was in an odd position, but did you see that buggy up against the side of the building? Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the place, but there we have it. Bandara is down. Oh, damn, also getting traded, and that is the end for Triple. Only 2 points. But it's going to have to happen at some point. As we whittle down the teams, the zone is going to be doing its thing as well. Oh, what a shift, though, taking us up in towards the northwestern side. So next X are going to be looking to find a bit of a spot. I'm curious to see who's going to be taking that western position, right? You can see those beautiful that beautiful mound with the 4 compounds that no one has moved into. I know there's a fancy name for it, but I've already forgotten what it is. So let's see who's going to take that spot. You know where I'm talking about, right? Just above the M for Mansion. The meanwhile, NASR, Falcons, GEEKAY not going to be budging. It is going to be Quest, though, sending it up into center zone. CONQUEROR could look to play a bit of a position at the expense there of Brute Force. But I'm not quite sure, not quite convinced that they've got the reach to do that just yet. Meanwhile, Twisted, Sly, NIGMA, they're going to have to find a position to rotate in towards. I do think it's going to be NIGMA. Yep, there we go. Coops now just flying on in. You can see Rauf just waiting on the edge. Waiting to see if Coops will get fired upon, right? But we know what the answer to that is. Meanwhile, it's going to be Twisted now. Oh, getting right down to business with Sly Machine. Both teams still yet to position themselves into the zone. But if it's going to be up to Twisted, well, Sly will have not to worry about that. We've got Fashe and 13 left to defend. Jump is going to come through. Beautiful reaction onto Crypto and AZ. Wow. So now for Sly Machine, it is down to Fashe. We also, in the meanwhile, say goodbye to GEEKAY. You got sent back with nothing in their hand. Completely empty-handed. 14th place. That is it. Now Sly Machine trying to figure out how Fashe is going to get back in towards that zone. Twisted also now having to kind of give up that fight and focus on positioning. Vision also going to be looking to play a bit of an opportunity here, but they too will have to move from this compound as they now start to spray in all directions. Twisted might have found themselves in a bit of a sticky situation before, but that is not going to stop them right now. Crypto coming through with a good defensive play there. It's up to AZ and Crypto now to get that res in, but it's going to be Saif now looking to charge on forward. They do spot AZ. AZ spots them. Up comes the nade. Now, what will AZ's response be to that? Oh, a little bit of a bounce. Oh, not exactly finding the hit. But that could be enough to just create a little bit of distance here. Both these teams now stuck on the edge of zone. Oh, that nade looks good, but unfortunately Volt is just able to dodge it. Up comes the play now as Volt comes through with a jump shot. Down goes AZ. And it now boils down to Crypto and Evo Station. It's a bit of a distraction being played there by AZ to allow Crypto to get that res on through. But now is going to be go time as both of them are just tanking damage. Of course, Vashe going to be adding into the spray. Volt trying relentlessly to get themselves just up ahead of that zone. Twisted also still holding steady as they are now reliant on Evo Station to carry that push. I'm quite sure if Crypto is going to be able to make it out. Oh, I mean, Fashe just playing the upset here. Evo Station not really having many options, and it is the end of Crypto. Yeah, there we go. Volt sealing the fate. I mean, at least Twisted, they walk away with 6 eliminations up, so not the worst run they've had, but definitely not the kind of finish that they were looking for. Now it's going to be Sly, Fashe, that is going to be put to the test. I mean, they've been quite a bit of a nuisance here, so Vision might have a few plans with regards to that. Fashe now just going to try and make quite a bit of noise, right? Trying to convince the surrounding teams that there's actually more players situated there. Meanwhile, Xenox coming through, sneaking in a bit of a play. NASR already up on 8 eliminations. Ooh, beautiful work here from Xenox. Oh. Yeah, no, Falcons. Falcons are going to be looking to blow it up. Here we go, the rush coming through. Starch now, Spec on the back end. Up they come. Ooh, rushing in. Oh, come on, who's going to get it? Alhaji trying to survive. Can't see now the last hopeful left. Oh, but the Falcons playing third party. Kante so low and down they go. Xenox gets the hits, but will Xenox be able to survive as the Falcons come swinging on in? CONQUEROR Iraq will get 4 eliminations alongside the placement points for 8th place. Final 7. Now left to duke it out. Fashe is still holding on that eastern side. But an insane defense coming through from NASR. I mean, let's take a look at what happened here by Fashe. Oh, such an upset. I mean, beautiful play though to get the hits in. Yeah, Xenox cooking. I mean, I think we can call this you know, that show in which the chefs are the masters, right? You can just swap the names around. Meanwhile, it's going to be the end of the road for Fashe. A Sly Machine will only have 3 eliminations up. At least, though, you know, they capitalize on a few of those placement points. But now we wait to see what the zone is going to do. Who will be the next blessed team? Ooh. NIGMA. They've got, well, almost half that zone under their control. They've got the spread, they've got the angles. I mean, to eradicate NIGMA at this point is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. I mean, they've been already able to set them up so beautifully. Meanwhile, it's going to be W7 and Brute Force fighting for control. Oh, W7 trying to lock it down, and that is almost exactly what happens. Brute Force down to 8-0. Neos can only but look on, as we are not going to see that res come through. Not based on how things are going currently. W7 not losing a single player just yet. But that is going to be putting Hero and Waleed in a very difficult position. Oh, you got to watch out for that door. An open door is an open invitation. 8-0 going to try and make the rush. Where are they going to go, though? Brute Force still in need of points. Oh, no. Up comes Nexus with those sprays into the vehicle. It's going to pop at some point. Oh, so close. 8-0 just narrowly surviving it. But now, of course, it is going to be NEXX, yeah, to do their thing. The shots come through, and that is the end of Brute Force. NIGMA going to be looking to get all charged up and ready to roll. A strong effort coming through here from NEXX. Of course, that Molly is going to be finding its way on in. Mexico getting slightly heated up. A bit of a wobble there from Dexter as well. But our NEXX still need to get Nawaf, and don't worry. Properly secured into that zone. Falcons are going to come pushing on forward as well. Oh, Salam gets found. Pablo now alongside Never Alone, having to try and figure out what the strat is going to be here. As NIGMA just looks to disperse all the utility they can, well, afford to at this point. NEXX also looking pretty strong at this point. Xenox just still stuck on the outside of zone. See W7 at the top of the screen there. Trying to find a way on in. Ooh. Yeah, well, Lord finds Waleed. So W7 now down to 3 piece. Maybe. Well, they are very likely to get that res. So I'm not going to be all too worried about them just yet. Meanwhile, it is going to be NASR and Falcons with very, very low numbers pushing through this match. NEXX looking for a bit of an opportunity here onto NIGMA. It's not going to be an easy one, as they now need to rotate through NIGMA to get themselves into that zone. I mean, with at least 4 players up, they do stand quite a bit of a chance here, right? But if that grouping is too close together, one well-placed nade could definitely end it for them right then and there. The team's now fighting over who's going to get the hits into Xenox, as everyone and their friends are just trying to spray down poor old Xenox. I mean, what did Xenox do? It's not like they've got 13 eliminations. They've only got 9. Right? You can't be angry with Xenox. It's only 9 eliminations. I mean, Santa had 12 before, so, you know. Xenox is fine. Pablo, though, is not going to be fine, as Freak does secure the spray with that Scar L. And see what Raouf and the rest of the team are going to be doing. I mean, still holding on to positioning here. And down to our final 5. Mole scratch that, make it 4. As Falcons will get ended. Out they go in 5th place. Waleed, no! Rotating themselves into the lobby. Very unfortunate play, but what a big clutch that is coming through for NIGMA. 8 eliminations already secured. But a glorious performance coming through from NASR, though. I mean, down to Xenox, they got 13 eliminations up. There's going to be a fight for that winner chicken dinner. Bada, 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 boom! Out comes the hits, and that is a very unfortunate turn of events for NASR. 13. Those eliminations still about to get raked in, as we can see. We got NIGMA and next. Getting ready for a bit of a standoff. Out comes the sprays, the utilities. Everything is now just going to rain on down. NIGMA just setting up that barrier. And they are going to come in to collect. Right, they are the gatekeepers. The tollmen. But where's it going to go? Oh, it's up to Nawaf now. Nawaf and Mexico. We've seen some upsets come through from Nawaf. I mean, Mexico also sitting with 2 eliminations up. But is that going to result into success for them? I mean, because they are still going up against the full force here of NIGMA Galaxy. So NIGMA not going to be all too stressed. Look at Coops. I mean, Coops getting a little bit impatient. It's like, you know what? You guys can stand there. I'm going to go rotate around, flank up, and see what angle I can find onto next X. Well, Noah from Mexico, they are going to start to mobilize themselves as they move out. They find a few hits, and there we have it. NIGMA Galaxy taking it all down. As next X will have to settle for a second place finish, but a glorious performance coming through. I mean, again, a very, very sweaty performance. I mean, we did see some pretty impressive eliminations coming through for the day, right? We've got 23 in the first match. Insane amounts of performances coming into the second game. I mean, I won't say insane elimination counts, but still insane performances, right? And then, of course, we get to this one, in which we just saw the players there from NASR securing themselves. I believe there was, 13 eliminations? We'll get the exact figures a little bit closer to those match rankings to see exactly where these teams found themselves. But man, I mean, these teams are just cooking, right? They are just going absolutely crazy. Just locking in points, just dialing up the aggression, going like it's just a normal day. Well, I guess it is to some extent just a normal day, right? It is day number 3. It is phase 3, though, at the end of the day. So, you know what? You can't sit back all too much, right? And these teams are definitely not doing any of that. They are just doubling down on aggression all over the place. But that, of course, then is the end of our Erangels for today, right? So we've already concluded Sanhok. We've already concluded Erangel. Next up is going to be a little bit of that desert action that could be finding its way on through. Well, I say could, but it definitely is. In the meanwhile, we need to take a look and see what the point distribution is, where these teams find themselves. And of course, speaking of which, let's head right into that. So it's 11 eliminations coming through for the side of NIGMA. As you can see, then 14, right? So one of the knocked players from Next X was knocked by NASR, right? So when they got taken down, whoopity whoops, and then whoop, off goes the point, right? Getting sent over onto the side of NASR. So well played. I mean, very impressive elimination count. The second highest that we've seen so far for the day. Next X also stepping it up. Wow, you gotta love it. 11 points in total. W7, Falcons, Twisted, all playing a good match here. But unfortunately, Quest, GEEKAY, ONYX, having a little bit of a tough run. It is what it is, though, right? You can't have it all. You can't have your bread buttered on both sides. I guess you can, but, I mean, it makes it really difficult to hold on to, right? Because it keeps on slipping. The other team also not finding themselves any points was the side of the GANGSTERS, which is very surprising, because looking at what we saw from the GANGSTERS previously, you know, yeah, it was a completely different play. But I guess we'll take it for what it is. Oh, Fashe was just such a nuisance. You got to give it up to Fashe, though. I mean, they tried making quite a bit of waves as a solo. That is very, very impressive. Frosty saying, now that's the Galaxy that we want to see. Yes, a very, very good play coming through on there. And very aggressive, very dominating. But you got to give it up to Xenox, though, right? Xenox just doing so much for their team. Next X also just holding very, very strong. But looking at NASR, yeah, Xenox locking in 1,253. 10 eliminations as a solo player. And then, of course, J7, Spec, and Starch are going to be very happy with that. Of course, J7 being capable of dodging quite a bit of the lead that was sent in their direction. And also quite surprising to see that Xenox only took 245 damage. That is a really good job. So, yeah, well done. As we know, you only need 100 to knock you out, right? Because that's the way the game works. But, yeah, well played. I mean, yeah, I know there's still the armor and all that extra that comes through. But looking at the plays here, I mean, NIGMA just capitalizing with 2,700 damage. NASR all the way in 2011, right? So that is looking pretty dang good for them. Of course, finding themselves 14 elims out of all of that carnage. But I think the strongest conversion rate actually went all the way over towards Twisted, right? 6 eliminations out of 962 damage. So pretty good performance. But of course, we're not taking anything away from the other teams. They all played a really aggressive game. I mean, Falcons with a bucket load of damage. We did see Next X also just really ramping that one up. So just love what we have coming through here. But of course, I'm sure that a few teams are going to be loving that. What is coming up next, right? Next up, we are going to be heading into a little bit of that Miramar action. I'll find out some matches of the day to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. And whether or not we're going to have any more insane performances. Because, I mean, 23 chicken dinner for the first match of the day. Then coming through with a 14 elimination game for the side of NASR, who's just like come out of nowhere. I mean, we love it, right? It is so exciting. Of course, getting closer onto Miramar, right? GEEKAY again, the top performing team when it comes to that. They are showing a little bit of a trend here. I mean, they're not the top performing team on Erangel, not yet, but they definitely dominate when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok. So that's at least 3 out of the 5 matches here for the day. But as we know, game number 4, GEEKAY, they're not going to be playing this one, seeing that they're on Group B. So game 4, Group B, no bueno, right? It is going to be the end of the day, though, for Group A. So that is going to be the GANGSTERS, NIGMA, and Twisted. So they're going to have to bring it out all onto the battlefield as we take a look at those points. Is going to be Vision secured at the top of the board with a glorious 104 points to their name. Moving up 1 position, swapping places essentially then with the side there of GEEKAY. Nothing changing between 3rd and 5th place aside from the additional points. NIGMA, though, jumping up 4 positions up into that 6th slot. As a result, it has moved RTG, Quest, and everyone below that a little bit further on down. So a good charge coming through here from the side there of NIGMA. I mean, NASR also just holding nice and secure. Like that, well, we want to see a NASR chicken dinner come through. As we look onto the second page, Slime Machine, they've also now just swapped places with Triple, moving themselves up into 11th. Next X, actually jumping up 4 positions into 14th. That is really good for them. I mean, W7 also then taking a jump up into 16th position. So as a result, the rest of the teams have moved down, right? Falcons still same spot. Brute Force still the same spot where they were. As you can see those points, right? ONYX Ravens Gangsters just getting moved a little bit further on down. But as we are prepping now for a little bit of that Miramar action to come through, well, this is going to be the opportunity for the teams to continue their push. Speaking about the movements that we've seen now, right? Now, we've already spoken about the phase. Now we're going to talk about the overall rankings. We're not going to see them, but I can see them, so I can tell you. The players from Falcons, they've now moved up into 1st place, swapping places with Vision. NASR, they've moved into 14th, swapping places with Triple. W7 have also now moved into 16th place, just swapping with the ARB champions. And CONQUEROR Iraq, they've swapped with KR, right? Going from 19th up into 18th position. So, yeah, things are looking pretty exciting. I mean, W7, ARB champions, sitting in 16th and 17th position. Both teams sitting on 220 points. Both of them. So, it is going to be a fight all the way through this day to see who's going to be ending the day in the top 16. And of course, well, as we know, there's still 2 more days to go. So the fight will continue all the way through the coming few days to see exactly where these teams are going to be able to secure themselves. But one good thing that we can say for the side of NASR, for instance, is, well, aside from being up in 14th position, they've also increased the lead, right? They are now leading Triple by 13 points. And of course, they've got a 23-point lead over that of 16th place. So I appreciate the work that NASR is doing so far today, right? Trying to ensure that they will be able to secure that top 16th position or just heavily defend it. But yeah, I mean, even all the way to 13th place to 19th, not 100% solidified. We could still see quite a bit of movement, quite a bit of changes coming through on that side. But it's all going to come down as to how these teams not only handle themselves in the next match, but also for the remainder of this phase. So, Erangel has been a great opportunity for several teams not to secure points. Miramar coming up now. It's going to be go time because we know that things have been very, very unpredictable here today. And I think that is going to be exactly the case moving into Miramar. So speaking about things being unpredictable, right? If you've got any predictions as to where you think the zone's going to be going or who's going to be the team to clutch the winner chicken dinner, or if you want to tell me the exact amount of points that your team is going to get with regards to elims, let me know in the chat. Of course, if you've got any idea as to where the flight path is going to go with the zone, any predictions you want to make, game related, now would be the time to drop them in, as we are going to be heading right on down to see where the flight path is going to be starting. It does seem like it is up in towards that northeastern side, the lovely El Azahar down below. Ooh, we're going to be heading right down to nearly Los Higos. A very interesting flight path, definitely leaning quite a bit more into that southeastern side. So positions like El Pozo, Crater Fields, Water Treatment, you know, Monte Nuevo, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to reach, but let's see. Maybe the teams could still surprise us. Poor guy saying that IKURD has been a little bit quiet. Yes, they have been. You are quite right in saying that. I mean, for the day, they've only secured themselves about, I think, what's that, 6 points, something around about there? Let's take a quick look at what they've done. Yeah, they got 3 points in game number 2. They obviously didn't play game number 3. Yeah, they got 6 points for the day. That's it so far. So, yeah. They have been a bit quiet. Maybe they look to get a little bit more. Yeah, just a little bit more. Maybe they get a little bit more this time around. I mean, they are going to be dropping straight down in towards Chumasera. I was trying to go for the opposite of quiet, a little bit more loud, but that doesn't really feel like it fits, right? So let's just go for a little bit more. Maybe we can see more of IKURD now coming through in this match. They are going to be playing from here all the way through, so they have 2 Miramars to prove themselves. Talking about proving themselves. Ooh. Ragnarok proves themselves unlucky. As twisted. Oh man, just runs right over them. I'm quite sure where all this aggression is coming from. You know? Maybe they're just excited. Maybe it's not aggression, it's just excitement. As R8 is now down to Prestige and Ida. I mean, this is quite a bit of a turn because R8, they perform quite well on this map, as we all know. I mean, they've been consistent though across the board. They are in 2nd place for Erangel, 2nd place for Miramar, 4th place for Sanhok. Wow. Mad respect though for that. I mean, I saw it, but I never realized exactly what I was looking at. So, yeah, big ups going out to R8. But now they're going to have a little bit of a tough run, being on down to a 2-piece. In the meanwhile, W7, they're going to have a very, very chilled rotation. Right, there's not going to be any bumps in the road. They can essentially rotate all the way through in towards El Pozo, uncontested. No one's going to stop them. No one's going to bother them. Meanwhile, looking here at NEXX, I mean, they've got a very similar kind of play available to them. Right, they are moving up in towards Monte Nuevo. We've got Dexter and Nawaf now just disengaging from Picado, looking to maybe join up with the rest of the crew. So let's see what this map will hold for them. I mean, they had a good run in the Bossy Wrangle, taking that 2nd place finish. I mean, 5 eliminations in match number 3. Match number 2, the first Erangel, yeah, you know, it was a thing. They got a few donuts over there. But at least the first match over on Sanhok, I mean, they got 4 eliminations. So, you know, it's been a good day so far, looking at NEXX. Grand total of 9. See how many more they'll be able to secure here. As they are, of course, now going to be looking to add to their tally. You can see the running leaderboard up at the top of the screen. That is for the phase. So be sure to cast your eyes up to the top. If at any point you get curious as to where these teams currently find themselves with regards to their positions. Yalla Habibi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to all the new people we have in the stream here. If you guys are just joining us, give us a bit of a wave in the chat. Love to hear who you are here to support. Is it IKURD? Is it NIGMA? Is it FALCONS? Is it RTG? Is it, well, essentially any one of our 20 teams. Right, give them a shout out in the chat. Let's see who has the most supporters. While we wait for the action, the teams are going to be making their way on through. It's going about their business. NIGMA definitely sticking to their definitely sticking to their approach down towards that southern side. Hey, you got Soldier Boy saying, "Yo, what's up?" Not much, not much. PUBG, right? As you can see, the team's now just trying to rotate through, trying to look for a little bit of some. Twisted Minds getting a shout out. There we go. Soldier Boy also loving Twisted. There we go. Yo, hey, yo, I'm good. There we go. I like it. I like it. Ooh, I also like the sprays. I like these sprays coming through. Let's see whether or not ARB champs can get it under the belt, right? Gonna be looking to add on a few more sprays, a few more elims. Looking at the amount of points that they've been able to secure on Miramar so far. I mean, ARB sit with a lovely 57 eliminations, so they are definitely not scared to get a little bit aggro, right? To get a little bit aggressive, a little bit defensive even. Hey, Soldier Boy, you can like whatever you like. As long as you like PUBG too, then it's all good with me. I mean, even if you don't like PUBG, thank you for being here regardless. But let's see now as RTG starts to climb. I mean, they do have CONQUEROR up ahead of them. As you can see, Kalaga now just pointing out Shaco there. But a very shaky aim with that vehicle driving through as well. Now CONQUEROR Iraq going to be looking to make a little bit of something happen there, at least with regards to their position. Of course, Quest not going to be pushing in behind them, and that does put up a bit of an opportunity now for RTG. Soldier Boy, of course I can see the chat. What kind of a question is that? Of course I can see the chat. I see everything. I see the map, I see the players, I see the chat. I can even see my screen right in front of me. So yes. In the meanwhile, we wait to see what the teams will bring to the zone. I mean, RTG just trying to play a bit of a position here, trying to reach down into Quest and CONQUEROR. But I'm curious as to that north, right? El Paso, W7, and the GANGSTERS. No, Soldier Boy, we always see chat. We always see chat, but there's sometimes a big delay, so you can't necessarily respond, right? Because it doesn't work out. In this situation, there's not too much of a delay, so I can actually respond to the chat as well. And I mean, me being here alone, I'm gonna ask you for some input, right? I can see John Cena, even though he says the, you know, even though he does the whole hand move thing, like. Yeah, it still works. Meanwhile, what I also then see, aside from John Cena and everything else, is going to be that zone taking a shift down in towards the lovely Chumacera. So Slime Machine KR, oh, they're going to have a pretty tough time. ARB knocking on the door, coming through. As we load up the action, Ricard goes down. Smoking out, trying to see what the approach is here. We got the utilities flying in. Fortunately, just being outside, getting a little bit of that sunlight is going to be good. What is my name? My name is GEEKAY. You'll see that when my face appears back on screen, because my name is next to my face. In the meanwhile, ARB looking to get a little bit of that sly action cooking here. Hey, we got a shout-out coming through for Crypto in the chat as well. Let's see if Osama can hold it up, though. Flashy! Oh! Flashy finding the trader. Steezy comes through with quite a bit of a help there. Down goes Smoker. Yes, sir. ARB champions now getting put on quite a bit of a back foot. Ooh, NIGMA actually going to be reaching in from all the way to the south. Wow, that is quite the reach. Outcomes and predictions. Quest, IKURD, Twisted, NIGMA. Well, 4 teams getting nominated. As we know, Code has been pretty accurate with their calls so far. So let's see whether or not that is going to hold true Soldier Boy, that is a trap question, but the answer is obvious. Crypto. I mean, what kind of a question is that? Don't ask me trap questions, ask me good questions. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Dexter also looking to push up with the rest of the team. Next, X taking a bit of a split this time around, holding on to that 2-2 angle. CONQUEROR Iraq all the way on the east. Tiger now trying to flank on around, maybe to see if they can get a bit of jump onto RTG and, of course, the side of Quest. Crypto, yes. Shahir, that is exactly what it is, right? Let's see where the zone is going to be taking us, though. As we can see, ooh, a nice little bit of a shift. And it's going to stay up onto the lovely, lovely Chumacera. So, Crypto is going to be all the way up towards the northern side there. I could solo this lobby, but my charger is not... Sure, Soldier Boy, sure. 100%. Oh, thank you so much for that one, Elowin. But let's see what our teams are going to be bringing in. Give your predictions. Who's going to be clutching this one out? We still have everybody here. All 16 teams. Falcons are going to be sipping on some blue juice, or I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to get themselves out of that. Never alone down below. But a very, very vulnerable position to be in. Ooh, ARB is going to be the first one having their ticket punched, and off they go right back to that lobby. So we've now seen Crypto's name spelled in many different ways, right? Crypto, we've seen Crypto, we've seen Crypto. I mean, so many different things. Oh, thank you, Pack Emotions. I appreciate the compliment. My mom says the same, but, you know, she has to. Here we go now. It is going to be the Gangsters and Falcons getting ready for a bit of a play. It's going to be utilities getting sent out from both ends. Who's going to pick it up? Hey, buddy. It's one loose, but it overshoots. Unfortunately, not finding the exact position. Jafar now going to be dipping into the vehicle, trying to get themselves out of the way. Oh. Falcons could actually still turn this one around. Kevin down. Hey, buddy, down. APK Reno now going to be pushing, just falling back into safety. Jafar also still alive, but it's going to be pretty tough odds then for Kevin. All right, here we go. You guys, I gotta say, the chat is very, very entertaining today. Thank you so much for that. Everyone is legends. Legends, but I've not seen any predictions. Come on, you legends, give me predictions. Let me know where the zone's gonna go. Who's gonna be the team to clutch it? We've got 15 left. We got 3 teams down to duos. Gangsters, CONQUEROR, and R8. Twisted, as you can see here. Ooh, in a very, very sticky situation. All the way down on that far southern edge. They got NIGMA up ahead. And the zone is going to be taking us where? Ooh, yep. It's going to be a Chumacera finish. Oh, let's see where this one will take the teams, though. I mean, obviously, it's up into Chumacera, right? That is the most obvious answer. But I'm curious to see who's going to take that northern position. Right, just north of Chumacera, the hills. I mean, ONYX Raven's pretty close to that. We do have KR on the approach, so they could maybe look to take a bit of a spot. Meanwhile, the Falcons, next X, all the way up north. Yes, back. I do remember them. Oh, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Falcons. Oh, come on. There we have it. Dexter is down, and now it's up to Nawaf. Let's see if Nawaf can... Oh, no. Nawaf will instead take their own teammate down. Just, you know, helping them along their way. Up comes the spray though. DBS. Oh, no, that was S12K versus UMP. Ooh, M4 though. For the clutch, and that is the Falcons. Clawing their way through 5 eliminations. Which teams am I predicting for the top 5? Ooh. Now that is a question. That is a question, and a good one at that. I'll think a little bit on it. I'll tell you now in a moment. Let's wait like 3 zones, and then I'll tell you exactly, right? When there's only 5 teams left, then I'll tell you who I think the top 5 will be. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Or am I? I don't know. But yeah, Soldier Boy, the procedures to get into this lobby, it takes very, very long to get here. A lot of hard work gets you here. That's the way. Oh, but look at this though. Quest. Hey. Find themselves a little bit of that next X action. But now, APK Reno are getting ready for a spray as Quest goes flying into the buildings. Oh, the hits all over the place. Mon Al-Hajj. I'm trying to pick it up, and with that, they do lock in a confirmation. Gangsters not all over just yet. They still have Jafar. But, alright, so let's see. Prediction for top 5. I'll say Twisted, maybe IKURD, looking at the numbers. Man, this is tough. Askari, shout out. There's your shout out. Did you get it? Did you get it? In the meanwhile, let's see whether or not NIGMA are going to be looking to get it. As, ooh, they've got Crypto. Crypto and Raouf up on the edge, getting ready for a bit of a showdown. Oh, the top 5. Alright, so that's also, like, I love these questions. Really good questions coming through. I don't think the top 5 of the day is necessarily going to be changing up too much from what it is right now, right? GEEKAY, NIGMA, NASR, RTG, and Gangsters, right? I'm talking about the daily performance, right? Again, not the phase, the day. The points that they've been able to secure for the day. The top 5 overall looks completely different, right? Vision, sitting where they're sitting. We got GEEKAY, R8, Twisted, NASR, you know, NIGMA, all doing their things. But I think for the day, yeah, it's going to be pretty much the same as to the qualities I just made. As those teams have been showing some pretty good promise. I mean, you could maybe add Twisted into that, but then it's the top 6 and not top 5 anymore. So, yeah, let's see. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Twisted now starting to push through from a lovely southern edge. It's a risky rotation though, right? Let's be honest about it. Because, I mean, they've got NIGMA on the one side. RTG, as well as W7. They've got ONYX Ravens. They've got Triple. They've got Conqueror. I mean, they've got KR, Slime Machine. Well, essentially the rest of the lobby, right? All within range. Right, but now let's see where these plays are going to be going. Ooh, a lot of hits, a lot of shots. Okay, I hope your predictions will be right. I mean, I also hope, but I don't really count on that. From what I've seen so far, I'm pretty bad at making predictions. Yeah, Soldier Boy, that's very similar to my predictions that I make most of the time. When someone asks me who's going to be the team to win this entire event, one of these 20 teams, without a doubt, are going to be the team to take it. 100% convinced of that. Meanwhile, let's see what Slime Machine is going to do now as they do find themselves a little bit of quest. Al-Hajj, easy. Have to see if they can defend this angle. Fashe, again, coming through with the upset. Oh, easy goes down. It's now up to Al-Hajj. Yeah, there we go. Far shade. Second match in a row. Playing a major upset here. Oh, it's a triple also. Doing a little bit of cleanup there. I mean, they did find themselves, you know, a little taste of that Slime Machine, but Slime Machine already up on 8 eliminations. They've been quite busy this past match. If both the last two go down at the same time, no, it's not a tie. It's usually then, I think, the team with the most eliminations that get it. Not quite sure exactly, but I think it's something like that. Don't take my word for it, I'm just guessing. But I don't think it's a tie because they can't give two teams the same amount of placement points. In fact, I've never seen a tie happen ever in about 5 years of PUBG. Right, I've never seen two players fall exactly at the same time. So I don't quite know. I don't quite know. It's probably going to come down to like the milliseconds. In the meanwhile, speaking about milliseconds, that is what players here from Slime Machine have to make their push out away from that blue. Yeah, Lord, with a little bit of that AWAM. I want to see those hits though. That could be quite a bit of a setup. Meanwhile, IKURD trying to make a bit of noise. Coming through from that southern edge. Up comes Crypto though. Tappity tap into the side of triple. There we go. Someone puts an end to Fashe. Slime Machine will get taken out. 8 eliminations up though. Good finish on their end. Pandar gonna come flying down the hill. Let's see if Golden can clutch this one out. Well, Soldier Boy, if it happens in this match, we will definitely find out what the answer is, right? Because I don't really know. We'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, Crypto gonna be looking to blow them to pieces as they go up in flames. That is the end of triple. Twisted with a great vantage point here. I like this elevation. But how great will it be once that zone shifts? We don't quite know where the zone is going to be taking us. IKURD though, definitely starting to spread themselves out quite a bit here. I mean, ONYX Ravens, if I was them, I would be feeling quite worried because they are encircled by the rest of the lobby. Well, them and W7, right? The rest of the lobby just all over the place. Pelago now fishing for those hit markers, trying to see if they can find a little bit of something. And instead, it looks like they are just cutting down on a few bushes. This is a very difficult position to try and play for RTG, though. Ooh, still holding on that edge. Sitting with only a 3-piece. It is going to be quite difficult. I mean, RTG definitely going to be trying to secure themselves a few eliminations as we take a beautiful aerial look at what is cooking down in Chumasera. We've just flown over smack dab center zone. Ooh, let's see where it's going to take us, though. Zone is going to be pumping. Who is my favorite team? The team with the bra stuffs. I mean, it's why are you asking me these difficult questions? No, I'm joking. Brute Force, because I enjoy their name. Broody Fruities! So the zone is going to allow for a bit of continuation there for W7 and the ONYX Ravens now. But NIGMA, they're going to do their thing, sneak on in. I'd say Broody Fruities and Twist, right? Because it sounds so much fun. In the meanwhile, as we load up the action, let's see where it's going to take us. Ooh, straight on forward. RTG still going to be holding on that far edge as they now start to rotate on up. Oh, the hits on Twist, though. Evo Station and AZ Davy rolling down the hill. They do find Kalaga. Will they be able to find Rio as well? We've got flames just popping all over the place. Again, a very, very sweaty lobby to be in. We have 9 teams left in the space that is very, very small. CONQUEROR Iraq, though, is going to be the end of the road for them. RTG also going to be sent back empty-handed. Still 7 teams left to try and make the most out of what they can here. A lot of back and forth movement. KR, Ali gonna try and see if at least maybe they can keep Twisted Minds at bay. It is gonna be a pretty tall order. Oh, up comes the hits though. Lath goes down. It's now up to Arr. Let's see whether or not IKURD are gonna be able to get the jump in. Will they lock in that elimination? Then ONYX Ravens could be down to a 2-piece. Don't forget about the utilities. They are also going to come flying on through. ONYX Ravens going to be looking to up the ante. Going to try and risk it. Maybe get all the biscuits they can find. I mean, they are currently sat right in the middle of the board with regards to their overall performance on this map. Oh, KR though. Yeah, it's going to be the end. 7th place, 1 elim. At least they have a few placement points to come on through. But now we are going to push into this engagement here. Are now trying to figure out what is going to be the play. If they can keep IKURD busy for a little while longer, it could draw in the rest of the teams. But of course, that will mean that they will have to give up a few of those eliminations. I'm not quite sure why Saad and Saleh have not yet done anything really to upset a bit of IKURD. Oh, nice R though. Gets Azzy. Come on, are they gonna find more? You gotta watch out with that DBS though. So are not going to be one to give anything up. Instead, they are going to be looking to make it as challenging as they can, as Golden also now gets found. NIGMA could be really saving ONYX's butts at this point. So let's see where the next bit of action is going to take us. As R is still exactly where we left them. ONYX Ravens now going to be looking to hold strong, hold steady. Oh, there we go. Coops doing the cleanup as they push on in. NIGMA up to 5 eliminations. ONYX Ravens, they've only found 1 so far. And with Arna getting put to the test, this is going to be a very, very risky play. Oh, back and forth. AZ comes in. Then we see R come out. Back in, back out. Back in, back out. Oh, Ali though. Up comes Groups. This is definitely ONYX Ravens now having to thank NIGMA as they've been alleviating a lot of that pressure. Forcing the side of IKURD now to move back onto ground floor. There we go. Waleed trying to sneak in a cheeky trade as well. IKURD going to be looking to find all the elims they can get their hands on. AZ now off in the distance. This is the opportunity for the rest of the ONYX Ravens now to push on forward. Down to the final 3 we go. Goops has been met with a DBS to the face. R8 though walking away with 5 eliminations. Coops not out just yet. They are bleeding out, but not confirmed out as they do get rezzed. Now it is down to, well, NIGMA, ONYX, and W7. So based on what we've seen happen in the past, right, this could be the cue now for NIGMA to just lock in that winner chicken dinner. They have the numbers. They already have a very strong amount of eliminations up. Ooh, ooh, but ONYX Ravens now going to be looking to spring into action. W7 going to be falling victim to quite a bit of a spray here. General gets ended. Corpse is down at ONYX Ravens. ONYX Ravens clutch the chicken. What? What just happened? I mean, we did see a lot of zone, we did see a lot of pew pew pew, but I didn't see that one coming. So NIGMA having to settle for second place. ONYX Ravens taking pole position. I mean, what an upset, right? Who could have thought that the match was going to go like this? I mean, pretty crazy plays. The entire day has been like this, right? First match of the day, 23 eliminations. Second one, very balanced, with all the teams just playing a very strong position. Third game, we did see a 14 elimination play come through there. This game, NIGMA, we all thought that they were going to get the chicken. ONYX Ravens instead just come through and go like, whoop, thank you, we'll take it. It's us, right? We'll have it. I mean, I'm at a loss of words, but well played to the ONYX Ravens. We were not seeing that one coming, so, I mean, I don't even think NIGMA saw that one coming. You also got to give it up to the side of W7. I mean, they held their own all the way up into that third place finish, so a very strong performance. Yes, a few teams were playing with the strategic delayed rotations. Right, so you can figure out what that means. But you know what? A chicken is a chicken is a chicken at the end of the day. It's worth 10 points. So, you know, the ONYX Ravens are going to be happy about that indeed. And of course, also securing themselves 6 eliminations. NIGMA definitely playing the most aggressive game this time around as we take a look at those points, right? 8 eliminations up. Exact same thing as what Sly Machine did. But, I mean, Sly didn't get any points for placement. NIGMA did. So, there is the difference. But a lovely 16 points on board. Gotta love that though. Falcons swooping their way on through there with 5 points as well. All of that coming through from aggression. So you gotta love it. IKURD-E-SPORTS, you know, coming through with 4 eliminations. But we gotta take a look and see what the rest of the board looks like, right? Who's gonna be taking a stop over at the donut shop? Well, the answer is RTG and ARB. That is very unfortunate. I mean, GANGSTERS as well as Quest, KR all picking up, you know, very slim pickings with regards to those eliminations. But I guess at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Twisted also trying to play a good position. I mean, 7 eliminations up. That is a very strong finish for the side of Twisted. 2 placement points. I mean, it's not the worst, right? Could have been nothing. So, you know, 9 points at the end of the day. Does go a long way. Beautiful nade here from Waleed. Or, I mean, that's not the first impressive nade that we've seen come through from Waleed. We've actually had quite a few of those happen already. But ONYX Ravens, I think they are quite thankful that the side of NIGMA decided to push into IKURD. Because, yeah, it wasn't really going anywhere for quite some time between IKURD and the ONYX Ravens. Then NIGMA did their thing. This is where it all went down. Spray, bop, bop, bop. And then, of course, up comes R for the upset. And there we have it. ONYX Ravens clutching out that winner chicken dinner. I mean, look at that, though. NIGMA 25-45. That is pretty dang impressive. Twisted, Sly, both coming through on 1,600 damage apiece. ONYX Ravens and IKURD also doing a lot of shooting. Unfortunately, not a lot of that shooting getting converted into eliminations, but still 1,500, that is pretty steep. So well played to them. The highest conversion rate definitely got to go to the side of Sly. 8 eliminations out of 1,600 damage, looking pretty hot and toasty. Speaking about toasty, is going to be Dami going through with the most eliminations. Raul for the most damage, as well as the longest hit, 398 meters. Groups, though, finding that beautiful nade, that beautiful utility end. So, yeah, pretty strong stats. And, of course, Jafar, well, traveling the furthest, right? Traveling really afar. Locking in, what, 12-point-something kilometers. So, some pretty high numbers getting brought in on that one. But, of course, as we know, right, that was only our first Miramar of the day. We have one more to go, but that's also the end for Group A, right? GANGSTERS, NEXX, NIGMA, Twisted, that's it. They've played their 4 games, and that's as much as they can do at this point, right? Let's see how that impacts our leaderboard as we find the players here from Vision Esports now sat on 104 points. GEEKAY coming through on 101. But if we take a look and see how this then impacts the moves, right? Nothing really happening in the top 4. NIGMA, they did move up in the top 5. We did see Quest also then moving up 1 position into 7th. But the biggest move was the ONYX Ravens moving up 8 positions. Yes, 8. All the way into 9th place. So a very, very big jump coming through from them. I mean, I think they were sitting all the way down in 17th position, 16th position, somewhere around about there. So what a play. But here we go, take a look at the rest of the board. Nothing else really happening, right? So we just had those 4 ships. So NIGMA, Quest, as well as ONYX Ravens. Oh, and of course W7, right? W7, they've jumped up 3 positions into 13th. So really looking exciting. What is quite odd, though, is we did see the players there from Triple, situated in 14th place for the phase. But they've got 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. All right. Yeah. You know, 2 chickens and it puts you in 14th. That's scary, though. That is pretty scary to look at these performances. I sincerely hope that we could maybe see a little bit of that come through from Triple at some point. Because looking at Triple's total points for the day so far, they've only had 6. Right? Exactly the same as Brute Force. Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to bring into day 3, right? Day 3, you want to try and push for a little bit more. But of course, it's all reliant on where these teams find themselves situated, how these zones play out, and of course, well, what their luck is, right? If you run out of luck, it's that. It's it, right? You're done. So, yeah, maybe we can see a bit of a step up. Also, Quest, right? Quest, only 2 points for the day so far. Yeah, that is quite a bit of a worry. I mean, Quest securing themselves 2 eliminations in this last match. If we look at the rest of the games that we've had, yeah, Quest got taken out in 9th place. Nothing happened there. In the first match of the day, they got taken out in 13th place. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a worry. Maybe we could see Quest also maybe finding a few more points coming through into this game. At this moment, the BMGC points, NIGMA sitting on 1100, R8 sitting on 1023. All right. Well, that is looking very exciting. Where's GEEKAY though? Because GEEKAY are sitting currently with 458 for this league so far. So that'd be interesting to know. In the meanwhile, what would also be interesting to see is what the teams are going to be bringing into our final Miramar, right? Last match of the day. It is going to be Group B, C, D, and E. So that is Brute Force, GEEKAY, NASR, and Vision joining us back out onto the battlefield as we do say goodbye to the GANGSTERS, NEXX, NIGMA, and Twisted, right? They've played the full matches, as I've already mentioned before. So if you've got any predictions as to what the outcome of this match is going to be sure to let me know in the chat, as we are going to be prepping ourselves to hop right down into the battlefield. And, well, getting ourselves onto that plane to see, of course, where the flight path is going to be taking us. So if you've got any ideas as to the zone, or who's going to be the first team to go, or how many eliminations the top team is going to be acquiring, let me know in the chat, as we are going to be stepping out to see exactly what that lovely Miramar will have in store for us. Of course, only a few moments left to go. So we're just making sure that all the seat belts are loose. I know that there's an issue with the one seat. You know, the third window on the right of the plane coming through on the port side. The buckle is a little bit stuck, right? So sometimes it needs a little bit of oil. I think they might be maybe just putting a little bit of oil to ensure that the seatbelt can come out so the player can actually, you know, get down on the battlefield. If you believe anything of what I just said, good luck. In the meanwhile, let's see what the flight path is going to be bringing through as the teams make their way on in. Alright, so it is starting at Oasis, heading down towards Puerto. So good spread. Good slice through the map. But where will it go next? Ooh, ProTap saying it's going to be either NASR or FALCONS. And Elowen is just laughing at me. I'm not quite sure why, but sure. Oh, the seatbelt thing. I get it. Yeah. But imagine that was true, right? The seat at the third window. The passenger side. Yeah, I mean that would make a lot of sense. Right, in the meanwhile, what also makes a lot of sense is the zone sent it up on towards San Martin. Ooh. Don't mind if we do. A little bit of R8, a little bit of NASR. I mean, this could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Xenox, though, going to be pushing down to Picardo. Yeah, that's a little bit bold, but we'll see how that one plays out. Meanwhile, Falcons are going to be losing their first player to Quest. So Quest on a mission. All right. Let's see. Quest now trying to just, well, enjoy that early bit of carnage that they were able to find. Not exactly a chicken wing, but a falcon wing. I guess that works, right? I'm not quite sure what the size difference is. I think it should be very, very similar. But either which way, R8 are going to be looking to occupy center zone. So up in San Martin, I mean, there's several angles to keep a very tight eye on. Yeah, this is how Never Alone found out that they are never alone. Whoop up. There we go. Ka-cling. Yeah, nicely done. In the meanwhile, we'll just wait for the rest of the lobby now to do a little bit of something, right? So this is a great opportunity for R8 to get themselves nice and fortified. Right, really get this position under lockdown because they are going to get tested. They are going to get tried. But will they succeed? Well, we don't quite know, but we'll find out soon enough. IKURD all the way back in towards Chumacera. Of course, right where we saw the match ending the previous time around. Triple also enjoying a little bit of the beach. All the way down in towards, all the way down in towards Puerto. Oh damn, hitting the wall. Yeah, that's not the way that you... Fortunately, the car doesn't take damage, right? No cosmetic damage really comes through, right? It's either in one complete piece or it goes up in a proof of smoke. Right? That's it. So very fortunate there for Dam. I mean, they're not going to have to pay for any fixes to come through on that, right? It does really save them quite a bit of time. In the meanwhile, ONYX Ravens now having to show that consistency, right? I think the expectation is there, but are they going to be able to maintain another strong performance? Because that's usually the thing that we see happening, right? It's not often that we get a back-to-back winner win a chicken dinner. So usually the team that got themselves a chicken in the previous match, absolutely fuming on adrenaline, right? Just going crazy, and well, they also go back to the lobby quite early on. So hopefully, ONYX Ravens will know how to manage all that adrenaline that is going to be just pumping through their systems. In the meanwhile, Zakaria now going to be looking to pump the gas as they take the party bus and just squeeze themselves up in towards that lovely Minas Generales. In the meanwhile, Conqueror Iraq all the way up north, flying off, hitting a little bit of that parkour action. A lot of rotations can still find their way through the zone, as we do have the blue on the approach. But of course, over 2 minutes left, so there's a lot that can happen in these next few moments while we see where the zone is going to be taking us. Ooh. R8 though, finding themselves a little bit of the action. That right up into its center zone. So it seems like their fortifications are going to be holding, at least for now. They are going to be playing quite a bit of a scouting game here. I mean, R8 currently our third strongest team when it comes to the map of Miramar, sitting with a grand total of 107 eliminations. More than GEEKAY, who is sat above them with regards to that positioning. Right, GEEKAY, already sitting with 4 winner chicken dinners. So GEEKAY leading the charge with regards to those chickens. R8, I mean, just squeezing into the middle. Slime Machine, though, actually with the most eliminations, 109. Ooh, Tapok with the most slippery feet, as they do slide off of the hill and down onto their knees. Oof, you gotta watch out for that one. Gotta wear your seatbelt. Right, it's very important, especially when you're playing on the mountainside. Looking at the stats here for NASR, I mean, they are sitting with 52 eliminations and the lovely winner chicken dinner. But NASR, they've been having a bit of a tough time making it into those late zones on a more consistent basis. They sit with an average of about almost 1 placement point per match, as they've already played essentially 20 Miramars, and they have 19 placement points. R8, on the other hand, it's a completely different story. I mean, they've got 3 winner chicken dinners under their belt, so, you know, I don't think it's a very fair comparison, but, you know, it is what it is. They've been able to secure themselves, on average, about 3 placement points per match, right? That is across 21 Miramars. We do see a little bit of chaos coming onto that southeastern side of the zone, as the teams are going to be rotating on forward, looking for a bit of a position. The lovely eastern shift on that zone, it is going to tighten up the whole situation here. So, I mean, Brute Force, they've got a setup to play for here. They've got that lovely western side. No one really contesting it just yet, but they are down into the Pozo field, so it's going to be a little bit risky, but they are definitely one of the favorites to take this match, with the ONYX Ravens and R8 also getting a shout out there as well. But 3 predictions coming in for the Broody Fruities, Brute Force. Ooh, here we have it. Al-Hajj, Dante, no! The Falcons swoops in and off goes Quest. At least for Quest, they were able to find themselves those 2 eliminations. But that is also going to make things quite difficult now for the side of Falcons, seeing that we've got Vision rotating right up to alongside them. So Damar is going to be put to the test, looking to see if they can hold nice and steady. Meanwhile, IKURD now looking to defend that southern edge. Up comes that rotation I was talking about. Damar and Pablo, hey. Up comes the setup. Ooh, the hits are there. The hits are there. Oh, no. Falcons doesn't look very good for them at this point. There we go. Yeah. Good night, says the Falcons, as they get taken out in 15th. At least, though, 4 eliminations to their name. Ooh, GEEKAY with 109 points. Nice. Hey. Spec trying to ride that ridge. Let's see if they can find a bit of a position, a bit of an angle. Right, but now we wait to see what the zone is going to be bringing in. Where these teams can look to get themselves situated and positioned. Ooh. Well, R8, NASR, and RTG are going to be smiling quite a bit about that. You see the zone not doing its thing. Taking the shift, forcing the hands, right? The teams will have to get themselves situated, positioned, and relocated. Who would top this leaderboard of the week? Ooh. Ooh, according to me. No, don't listen to me. I mean, alright, so based on the push that we've been looking at so far, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds were able to do it. I definitely wouldn't be surprised. They are only 9 points away. Based on the current leaderboard. So, yeah, I think maybe Twisted. Maybe Twisted R8. I mean, R8 definitely showing quite a bit of aggression here, but I think it could maybe be Twisted to play the upset. Right, I'd sign up for that. I would definitely sign up for a play like that. In the meanwhile, let's see what comes through as IKURD and ARB gets a little bit angry. QTEL is down. And that is ARB now down to 2. Osama and their teammate all the way down to that southern edge, but well away from the rest here of IKURD. So Smoker, Osama, maybe looking to play a bit of a position here on towards the lovely power grid, as they do have GEEKAY just hanging in the wing. I would say support is someone that brings meds. That's not an accurate description, but Fragger is someone that gets quite aggressive, that pushes on forward. Support is the person hanging back, doing overwatch. Right, so in this situation, the two Fragger positions being held here is going to be whoever's closest to us, right? So Azzy and Golden. Well, no, who's on? It's Ali. Ali on the front line. Golden definitely getting quite aggressive on towards GEEKAY, right? So Golden looking like the Fragger at that point. With the support then being played by Aram, Azzy, and Ali, right? Supporting their teammate pushing forward. Right, pre-pot, that's not support, that is just really long-range hits coming through. So that it's very difficult to make that assessment of brute force at this point, right? Based on how they are positioned right now with regards to triple. Yeah, pre-pot gonna hit the edge of that ridge. We knew that even before it happened. Up comes AZ now looking to get nice and aggressive, right? That is gonna be... Who is the best support player? Oof, that is a good question. I know that we usually have some pretty strong stat analysts coming through in the chat, right? But they're not here today. I don't know why. That's usually like Moise, Jahad. Right, they are very capable of answering those questions because they know almost every region inside and out. They almost can tell you what everyone had for breakfast like 5 weeks ago. Right, that is how good they are. Seizing out with the spray on towards Saif. An interesting position there for Vision. I mean, Saif so separated from the rest of the team. Volt, Apok maybe could feel a little bit of that pressure. SAC, what is that? But thank you for the compliment, Soldier Boy. I appreciate that. Right, so RTG now with a little bit of an angle to play here onto Vision. Oh, let's see if that is going to work out though. Kalaga, Zakaria, Rio. We need Riva. Where's Riva? Oh, Riva going for a bit of a flank. That could be the setup to hold. I'm not quite convinced of Vision's position here, right? Saif could very easily could get isolated from the outskirts. Me, I am all the way from South Africa. The most southern point of Africa. That is where I am at. Alright, so Saif trying to get themselves situated. Trying to squeeze up in towards that zone. Azzy now going to be holding onto the edge of zone. Because they feel like they've got a bit of an opportunity here onto the side of ARB. And potentially even maybe GEEKAY. But it is going to be a very, very difficult one to play indeed. As so much can happen. You got to watch out for those third-party angles. And I mean, especially looking at Triple, they could maybe look to do a little bit of that. Meanwhile, it's going to be Santa now. Finding themselves a bit of that slime machine. No stress. No, I mean, there was. But, you know, the players getting picked up by different orgs and things. So they do tend to spread out quite a bit. I'll have to go double check. But yeah, it's not annoying. You don't have to stress about that. It helps, you know, give me more points to talk about, right? So, yeah. As long as it's gaming related, you know, be my guest. As long as it's PUBG, Pro League stuff related, all the way. Jesse saying that it is going to be Coops that is the best player. I mean, you are welcome to your opinion. By all means, go for it. Let's see what the rest of the lobby is going to bring through, though. IKURD. I mean, interesting spot, right? So they look to get a little bit aggressive, then they dip out of dodge. And I think the zone is going to force their hand as well. Let's see exactly what is going to unfold here. Oh, Kalaga. Beautiful nade. Vision. Getting stopped in their tracks. Yeah, this is a setup for Brute Force, though. Look at that position. Look at that position. Brute Force just locking in the edge. I hope the zone stays there for them. That would be absolutely phenomenal. Meanwhile, it's going to be ARB having a very tough rotation. Osama tanking so much damage. And, well, they are going to be running into ONYX Ravens, Triple, and GEEKAY. So it might be a very, very short rotation indeed for them. Oh, Santa now getting found as well as IKURD comes through with a bit of a spray over the top of the hill. So Sama at least safe for the time being. But for how much longer will they be able to survive? It's a fact, Koopsie! Yes, sir. Alright, so KR feeling a little bit of that heat now comes through. Oh, down goes Hassan. Oh, Vigors, will they get a DBS? S12K flying all over the place. Oh, but unfortunately, it's now down to Salum. Looking to see if they can hold on for that final push, that final play. The last match of the day. Down goes Hassan. Vigors. Oh, holding on to the very edge. Salom gets signed out and it is done. KR getting sent back in 11th. CONQUEROR Iraq falling in 12th place. Now, look at Slime Machine. Fashe. Oh, yep. Prestige stopping Fashe before they could even get anywhere. I mean, looking at what Fashe has been doing so far today, I think that's a good call. Because, I mean, Fashe has been a nuisance, right? In the previous Erangel, also the previous Miramar. Yeah, see, I don't think they should nerf DBS. I think they should just make them a little bit more challenging to find. That's it. That's what I think about it. Because, I mean, the DBS is the DBS, right? Like, if you give the DBS to me, you are safe. Because I'm not going to be able to hit you. Because my aim is horrible. But if you give it to someone that knows how to work it, you know, it's a different situation. IQ from I8. PMPL Pakistan is the best supporter. Ooh. IQ is a fragger. I mean, you know, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. See where this pop is going to take us, though. IKURD still looking very comfortable down on that far, far southern edge. Right, so not an overly aggressive shift coming through with the zone. I'm pretty sure the teams will have a pretty good response for that. I mean, Brute Force still being quite blessed with what they can do here. So let's see how this one works out for them. Ooh, look at that reach though. Gotta watch out for RTG. W7 could also find themselves in quite a bit of trouble. Alright, Brute Force sitting with 7 eliminations up. Let's see how this one is going to go. Are they going to find a decent position? I mean, we do have Ado and Prepod already getting set up just on the edge. So there is quite a bit of hope here. But let's see now. It could still swing in so many different directions. Yeah, IQ is a beast. 100%, 100%. No. Let's see who's going to engage beast mode for this match. So far, we got 6 eliminations for the side of IKURD. 7 going to the Brute Force, as they are going to be defending the edge of zone. Well, at least the southern side of it. Ooh, Utilities finding its way on through. ONYX Ravens now looking to play upset here as well. Perch in their high position there. Beautiful bit of elevation to play off of. Right, so a bit of an exchange there between RTG and R8 all the way towards that northern side. Sly Machine keeping it nice and quiet up there as well. So, ooh, Neos though with a play onto Golden. Aram also getting there, almost getting their hair shaved a little bit as that spray continues to fly on through. AZ though with a beautiful retaliation onto Neos. And now it's going to be that push, right? Yeah, Brute Force down to 2-piece. Prepod, Mind now holding on high. So they better hope that that zone is not going to swing against them. Meanwhile, the push comes through. Oh, Osama goes down as GEEKAY lock it up in flames. IKURD is going to be sealing that elimination though. And up comes the push. Will this be the end of GEEKAY? Oh, well, Prepod finds the hit up into AZ. Sly Machine now reaching all the way across the zone. The only player currently in zone is going to be Yakuza and Dam. Those are the only two. Waleed just tipping their toes in and out of that zone as well. But W7, very limited options down in that valley. So they are going to be trying to hold on to the compounds as long as they possibly can. Look at Sly Machine though. They can see for days on end. They can even see what's going to be happening next week, Tuesday. If they have an 8-scope up there, they can even pop a few players all the way over on Livik. That is the kind of vantage point that they are holding on to right there. In the meanwhile, ooh, ONYX Ravens finding themselves in a bit of a difficult situation. Sly Machine are going to be losing players due to the mountain. Here comes the sneaky play here from IKURD. AZ finding a golden opportunity there. So the finals will happen 2 days after we finish with this. So if we end on a Wednesday, the finals start on Friday. That is going to be the play to have. Oh, look at that though. Hope slams it in the face. GEEKAY now down to a potential 2-piece. The Onyx Ravens getting sent out with only a few points to their name. But again, so much still to come through in this match. We are left with 8 teams. Several casualties now all over the place. RTG going to be falling victim to the spray there from W7. As you can see, their numbers starting to drop. R8, off they go. Brute Force also now in quite a bit of trouble here as Mind is on fire, rushing out into the flames, looking to find a bit of the golden. Oh, but Mind somehow miraculously manages to stay alive, surviving the flames. But will they survive the spray? No. Golden will just capitalize and end it for them. Meanwhile, 6 teams now remain. We went from 19 players down to only 11 as Brute Force gets confirmed up as well. We are losing more and more teams all over the place. Brute Force, though, still having a very decent share of the action. RTG now going to be feeling a lot of that heat come through as Slime Machine on the side of W7 now look to constrict the position down on towards them. Yeah, that is the end of Reva. Bashe now hitting 600 damage. Let's see what W7 are bringing here. That is Slime Machine getting slid out in 6th place, though. 8 eliminations. Galaga trying to defend. Oh, they do find Waleed. Hero finds Galaga instead, and that is RTG. DED ended. GEEKAY also managing quite a bit of, rather suffering quite a bit of casualties on that one. It's the final 3. It's W7, it's Triple, it's IKURD. Having to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Damn. Now getting hit by quite a few nades here. Fortunately, they still have quite a few meds in their bag. They're not going to be worrying all too much. It is not exactly the same situation here for Golden, because they don't have anywhere to hide aside from a tree. The zone is going to be popping as well, as we got just under 10 seconds left. Damn, trying to make the most out of the situation here. Looking for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an angle onto Golden. Ooh, so close. All down to timing. It's all about finding those sprays. Oh, down they go. Yakuza with a mini 14. Oh, damn, getting pushed. Up comes W7. Down goes Damn. And that is the winner chicken dinner. Getting picked up as W7 comes through with a very, very surprising turnaround. But I mean, well, they did secure themselves 3rd place in the previous match, so what a glorious play, what a glorious day it has been here for W7. Just locking in the points, locking in the scores, and doing what they do. Gotta love it, though. Enjoying the beats, and bam, bam. I mean, what a play, though. I mean, W7 just rising on up. They've actually been having a pretty strong performance so far. I mean, that has now brought them up to 37 points for the day. Well, don't mind if I do. What did they do in the previous game? Did they get any eliminations? I mean, they did finish on 5 eliminations. This one, they finished on a little bit more than 5. What do they have in the other ones? Let's have a quick look-see here, as we are going to be listening to a few of those jams. In the meanwhile, W7, yes. Where did they end? I'm not seeing any other points. Oh, yeah, they got 3. So, what? That's 15, 18. Well, 14. Wow, 14 eliminations for the day. A very, very healthy run coming through then for the side there of W7. I mean, of course, a glorious winner chicken dinner to close off the proceedings here for the day. W7, they are going to be smiling because that ups their performances, right? That ups their statistics when it comes to the lovely map of Miramar. Am I looking handsome? Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that, right? Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Who are we talking about? W7, right? the performance that we've seen so far coming through on the map of Miramar. I mean, Miramar W7, that play really, just really strengthens their position, putting them on a grand total of 60, right? 6-0 eliminations, a grand total of 115 total points, and 2 winner chicken dinners. So a glorious run coming in for them. QE Conquest, right? Quest with 4 points, is that what we're saying? Is that the points for the day in total? It could be. It could be. It is. It is. Right, so, yeah, it's unfortunate. It is one of those days. I mean, some teams have a phenomenal run, an insane performance. Other teams, yeah, they have a performance. With varying levels of effectiveness. Yes, I think that's a safe way to put it. But yes, of course, that is now the end of the day. All 5 maps being played. Our final Miramar getting closed up as well. W7 going to be feeling very, very happy about their performance here. I mean, they went for a top 3 in the previous one. This one, pushing it even further, now turning the 3 into a 1, and they won at the end of the day as well, so well played to them. But of course, the most points of the day, I think, is going to go to the side of NIGMA, if I'm not mistaken. So they've been having quite a bit of a push. We've seen 5 different teams securing themselves winner chicken dinner, so all the crazy, insane plays that we had back in day 1 and 2, that's now ended, right? Now let's take a look at the points here as we hop onto it. It is going to be W7 walking away with glorious 16 points. IKURD coming through with 14. Then, of course, Sly and Brute on double digits as well. Again, very heavy hands with regards to aggression for our top 4 here. The rest of the lobby not having the same kind of luck. AR, Conqueror, and NASR are going to get sent back empty-handed. ProTap, from what I understand, pretty soon. Don't know the exact date, but I know it's pretty soon. Shouldn't be much further away, right? It's pretty much exactly as our overall rankings and our MVP, as well as our chicken dinner displays and all those lovely things that we still need to take a look at. But yeah, ProTap, I think it's going to be soon, right? Maybe like a week or 2, somewhere around about there. We'll find out. Once the announcement drops, then we'll know exactly when it is going to come in. Of course, well, you'll see it posted on YouTube and social media as well. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at these highlights. Spray, flashy. Down they go. In general, that was a really good performance coming through from the side of W7. Definitely what we wanted to see. I mean, the day has been full of surprises, full of upsets, and quite a bit of that making its way on in. We did see our biggest chicken being secured. Oh. All the way back in our first match of the day. But we'll take a look at that when we see all our chicken dinners, right? And how they've come through. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at the damage here. Ooh, IKURD coming through with 2 111. Finding themselves 9 eliminations. Sly, Brute Force also hitting in excess of 1,700 each, right? 1,900 there for Brute Force. But the teams have been active, very, very active indeed. I think the highest conversion rate is going to go to the side. I think it's a tie between Brute Force and Sly. Again, I don't have a calculator in my hand, so I can't give you the exact team. It's either one of those two that got the highest conversion rate out of this past match. So well done to them. But very, very strong results being brought in with regards to that aggression. I mean, that is quite a bit of spraying that they've been doing so far. And speaking about spraying, right, we'll spread those chickens as well. And it's been GEEKAY securing themselves the most damage per chicken. In the first one, of course, 3,800 damage, 23 eliminations. The fattest chicken that we've had to date. So well done to GEEKAY. Beating the ONYX Ravens, who got 22. But ONYX Ravens, they also did get themselves a winner chicken dinner, as we can see it there. Lovely 642 damage taken, the lowest one. Of course, then has the strongest survival time there as well. So it's pretty much between GEEKAY and the ONYX Ravens who had the most impressive chickens. But again, as we did see the rest of the board, right? We had the players from NIGMA as well as W7. We had RTG. A very wide spread of chickens, very similar to what we had in all the previous days, right? Only day 1, day 2 of this phase, fire, right? Absolutely fire with a very, very dominating play coming through on that one. I mean, that also then puts a few of our teams up onto their second chicken of this phase, so things are looking quite exciting. But of course, one of our teams in particular has now hit 9 winner chicken dinners. 9. That much. It's a lot. It's a lot of chickens. So well played to that team, whose name we'll mention a little bit later on once we take a look at everything. Of course, basing it on the performance that we had previously in the previous league stage, right in the spring season, 2 months ago. They got 3 in total, right? So they've already been able to triple their chickens in comparison. So that is very impressive. Well done to them. Let's see if you can figure out who I'm referring to. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at our MVP for the day. It is none other than Koops coming through with 2,888. So 2,888 with regards to the damage, an average of 23 minutes and 22 seconds survivability. And of course, securing themselves 9 eliminations. So a very hefty performance coming through from good old Koopsie over here. And it all started back on Sanhok, utility, spray, and everything in between. Just gotta love all the action that we are seeing out on this battlefield. I mean, this was definitely the situation in which the ONYX Ravens were quite happy about what NIGMA was doing, right? As Koops and the rest of the crew just swept in, alleviating a little bit of that situation, a little bit of that pressure for them, and allowing them to get that winner chicken dinner. But yeah, a lot of surprises yet again finding its way into the day. Also, so far, I'm pretty sure we are going to be taking a look at the overalls, at the phase rankings pretty soon to see exactly where the teams find themselves and what the exact situation is. But while we pray for that, of course, Koops has a bit of a contender, right? A bit of a rival. It is going to be Santa. Santa just popping off with 13 eliminations here today. But unfortunately, the MVP is not determined only on eliminations. There are several things that play into that. As you can see, Koops coming through with more assists, but also more damage, whereas Santa has only been able to secure themselves 2,142 damage and 11 assists, right? So that amounts to pretty similar figures to some extent, but of course, more aggression coming through on the side of Koops, so whoop, MVP. So Koops being no stranger to that, right? We've seen Koops be the MVP a few times. So very, very excited as to the performances that we could have then come through in the final 2 days, right? So tomorrow is going to be Erangel Day, right? If you remember, day 2 was Miramar Day. Day 4 is Erangel Day. So tomorrow we're going to have 3 Erangels play out before we venture into our final day, which is going to be back to balance, right? 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, 1 Sanhok, and 1 Livik that is going to be finding its way in. Of course, looking at this phase, also then, up in day 5, the top 12 are going to be having their run at the lovely Livik to see who will be making it in. R8 now joining up on 100 points. GEEKAY swapping places there with Vision, just scooting in on 109 points. IKURD jumping up 3 slots into 3rd place. W7, though, jumping up 5 positions. So coming all the way from 13th up into 8th. So what a jump. And that all just based on this last match. It's amazing what a winner chicken dinner can do for teams positioning within these rankings. But of course, well, the moves continue, right? It doesn't stop on this first page. Let's venture into the second page and see what is cooking over there. As we did see a little bit of some happen, right? But yeah, I mean, 3rd to 6th unchanged. Slime Machine, though, they've also had a beautiful jump 2 slots up all the way from 11th. Quest actually getting moved down 5 positions, right? That is quite a bit of a drop, even though they have 2 winner chicken dinners. Right, Triple, they've moved up 1. Brute Force, they've moved up 3 positions. And as a result of all these moves, ARB has also been relegated down 4 positions, down into 16th. But they are currently tied with the players there from Team Falcons. And of course, NextX also now down to 17. So not exactly the end that they would have wanted, but you know what? It is what it is. Again, they can look to rectify all of that coming into tomorrow. Now, especially with tomorrow being a Erangel heavy day, we do know that we have a few stars that could be performing exceptionally well. I mean, NIGMA already sitting with 4 winner chicken dinner secured. This could be the opportunity to try and push that position even harder. But also then looking at R8 and ONYX Ravens. I mean, they are sitting with 3 chickens apiece. So there's a lot of opportunity coming through into our matches here tomorrow. Could be quite a few upsets, especially within this phase. as the teams will have quite a bit of an opportunity to do exactly that. With regards to the positions on the overall rankings, we did see NIGMA and GEEKAY swapping places again. So GEEKAY, the team sitting at the top of the board with 9 winner-winner chicken dinners and 293 eliminations. I'll say that again, 293. They need 7 to hit 300. That's insane. I mean, if they, just based on the amount of eliminations they've got, that would put them roundabout in 12th position, right? That is very, very impressive. So aside from the move at the top of the leaderboard, we also have down in 14th place, we have got the players from W7 jumping up 2 positions. As a result of the move up, NASR, Triple, getting moved back down again, right? So NASR not sitting in 14th anymore. They're now back in 15th, but they're only 3 points away. So the fight will continue as we head into tomorrow's matches. W7, NASR, Triple, ARP, very close with regards to those points. Thanks, ProTap. Have a good evening. Of course, then CONQUEROR Iraq, as well as KR, they've fallen behind a little bit. They are trading by about 13 points, so it's going to require quite a bit of focus for them to come through into tomorrow's performances, right? Looking to secure those positions, secure those plays. Who knows? Also, potentially tomorrow we could see IKURD maybe picking up their first chicken dinner for this event, right? They haven't gotten any chickens just yet, so maybe that could change tomorrow. I mean, it's pretty strange to see that, though, because we've only got 3 teams that still need chickens. Okay, 4 teams, right? That being IKURD, the players coming through from ARB Champions, as well as KR, and then, of course, NEXX. Those are the only 4 teams that are yet to secure themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner. Everybody else has. So that could all change, of course, moving through tomorrow and the last day. So much to look forward to. But yes, tomorrow going to be Erangel heavy. 3 Erangels coming through, so quite a bit to look forward to. Of course, you know where to find us. What do we think about IKURD? IKURD is a good team. They've not been having the exact performance that we saw from them last year or last season. It is looking a little bit different, right? But as we know, right, if you obviously remember, IKURD finished on 417 points in the league stage, 8 winner-winner chicken dinners. The second highest chicken dinner count that we had, right? They were only beaten by the side of Brute Force with regards to chickens. Brute Force had 10. This time around, Brute Force have 4. IKURD, they've not yet had a winner-winner chicken dinner, so I'm not quite sure what's happening. Maybe they're looking to play a bit of a surprise game here. Maybe they're going to be looking to, you know, have people think a certain thing about them before they get into the finals, and then we get into the finals, and then IKURD just goes surprise, you know, and then they just blow up and go absolutely crazy. I mean, also in the last finals, they did finish all the way in 14th position, so who knows? Maybe it's about time for IKURD to really explode off of the battlefield, and this could be exactly the kind of approach that they are looking to play. Who knows, right? Only time will tell. There's only going to be one way for you to find out, though, right? You have to tune in every day and see what these teams are going to be doing. Of course, we need to see who's going to be secured into the top 16. It is going to be a race all the way to the very, very end. But, of course, we do have a bit of an interview as well, and that is going to be with Bompa from Vision Esports. So let's enjoy that.
طمنا عنك.
الله الحمد لله بخير الله يسلمك انتم شلونكم طيبين
والله بخير بهالاداء الحلو بهاللعب الحلو. سؤالي لك ليش اليوم خسرتوا الصباح؟ علل.
لابد منه يعني ايام حلوه وايام مش حلوه.
لا هذا الكلام الطبطبه ما يمشيش معنا، بدنا فنيات احنا.
والله اليوم كان كل شيء تمام بس ممكن نقول ما توفقنا يعني.
طيب حمرق لك يا برضه مش فنيه. هنبدا معك يا كودي نشوف السؤال ايضا موجه بالكود. تفضل يا كودي.
بومبا شو كانت يعني الطريقة اللي بتشجع فيها الشباب لحد ما وصلوا أدائهم بالأسبوع الثالث؟ أنا عارف إنه أدائهم بالأسبوع الثالث هو الأفرج المتوقع منهم، بس الأسبوع الأول والثاني يعني كان في قلة بالأداء مقارنة بتوقعاتكم. كيف كان تحفيزكم لهم؟ وكيف حافظتوا على المعنوية لحد الأسبوع الثالث وقدموا ما شاء الله بالأسبوع الثالث؟
والله احنا بدينا الأسبوع الأول بنفس تشكيلة الديسكريم تابوك فولت سيف. جربنا الأسبوع الثاني وزع، فجالسين نجرب يعني لأن ورانا بطولات غير البي ام بي ال وهذا ليج يعني عادي. احنا أهم شيء نصب الفاينل، جالسين نتدرب يعني نحاول نلقى خطط كويسة للفاينل، وش اللي يمشي مع التيم وش اللي ما يمشي. غير كذا بعد الأسبوع الثاني يعني بعد ما ظهرنا يعني خلينا نقول المستوى ما كان كويس يعني اجتمعوا معنا الإدارة يعني متوقعين مننا أشياء كثيرة. اجتمعوا معنا وقالوا وش الأسباب وش الأمور، وفروا لنا كل شيء يعني. فهذا خلينا نقول يعني رد جميل شوي يعني من اللي يقدمونه لنا إدارة فجر.
حلو، شكرا جزيلا لك. ايضا في سؤال لنا من محمد الطراح. صقر.
حياك الله بومبا. اكيد افتقدناك باللعب بالساحه، يعني انت حاليا قاعد تقوم بدور اداري، بس خلينا ناكد هذه المعلومه مع الفيجن، صحيح؟
صح. ما
اكيد نتمنى لك التوفيق. قاعد نشوف او شفنا سابقا فريق الفيجن، حتى لو كانت نسخه الفيجن مغايره من ناحيه التشكيله، ان الاسبوع الثالث كان للفيجن غير، ادائهم غير، وهذا الشيء يتكرر معنا في هذا السيزون. لكن وصلنا للفاينل يعني ما كانت النتائج الطيبه. اوكي، قاعد توصلون للمرحله الثالثه، تبنون استراتيجيات جميله، لكن لما نروح الفاينل غياب الفجن يكون واضح، يعني يكون من الفرق المرشحه ومن ثم نقول الفريق يكون غايب. وانا متاكد ان هذا الشيء يعني يتغير بحكم ان الفريق لعب الفرق كمجمل تتغير، لكن انا عندي نقطه قوه بالفريق اللي هي القوه الهجوميه عند هذا الفريق. فهل بنشوف هذه الشخصيه مستمره، انه دائما يحاول يهجم ياخذ فايت على الايرلي فايت ميد جيم كذلك؟
شوف، من ناحيه الليج وانا من في تيمات مرتاحه وفي تيمات مضغوطه. يعني اغلب الفايتات اللي تشوفها جالسين ناخذ تيمات مرتاحه، فممكن بعض الاحيان نكسب بعض الاحيان خسره، لكن بالفاينل العموم راح يكون مضغوط. فطريقتنا حتى يعني بالفاينل نفسها يعني ما راح تتغير، بنضغط التيمات، بنهاجم، بناخذ كلات، كل شيء. فبالفاينل راح يتغير كل شيء لأن العموم راح يكون مضغوط. فهذا الشيء من صالحنا، احنا عارفين بالفاينل وش راح يكون وش ما راح يكون، يعني كل شيء حاسبين حساب.
توفيق.
اها هذا الكلام راح تتحاسب عليه. هذا الكلام التصريح قوي وتصريح ناري، وانا والله حستغله.
قلنا بلكي اخترنا العقاب.
لا انا بجي لك على العقاب. على كل حال بومبا عزيزي، كل التوفيق لك ولفريقك ولكل الفرق ان شاء الله الموجوده معنا اللي حتتاهل ال16. تحياتنا لك ولفريقك، شكرا جزيلا لك يا بومبا، كل التوفيق لكم. الله يسعدك.
الله يعافيكم ويعطيكم العافيه.
الله يسعدك.
موفقين.
الله وجهك. كودي.
All right, so there we go. Nice little bit of a chat there coming through from Bomba. I'm sure that is probably the coach or the team or something like that for Vision. So yeah, exciting to hear from them. Unfortunately, as we know, my Arabic is not exactly on point, so I can't really translate too much of that for you. But yeah, always exciting to see those interviews come through. But I think on that, essentially, we have come pretty close to the end of our proceedings here for the day, right? We've taken a look at everything that we can essentially look at. The only thing that we need to look at now is what the teams are going to be bringing through as we step into day number 4, right? So if you've got any predictions that you want to drop in the chat before we jump away and end the stream, well, let us know as quick, fast as you can. But yeah, very, very exciting stuff coming through so far. I mean, GEEKAY showing quite a bit of an aggressive play, especially looking at their play that they brought into the lovely, lovely Sanhok back on match number 1. Such impressive performances that we've had. I mean, also you got to commend the efforts that has been brought through by the side there of W7, right? Showing really good consistency so far on Miramar, especially these last two that we just watched. I mean, it's exciting to see what these teams are bringing in. And I think pretty much to the end of this event, right up until the end of the league stage, it is going to be a big gamble as to who is going to be the team to secure themselves the slots, right? Because looking at what we've got moving through on towards those lower sides of the leaderboard, the overall leaderboards, it is still such a contentious place, still so close. And even looking at the top 12 for, for day 5, I mean, there is essentially 10 points separating 9th from 16th position, right? Everything in between there is not guaranteed. Everything can still change. I mean, we could even throw the teams in a little bit lower than that, right? They can still potentially step up in these coming few matches. So, as we know, each of our squads are going to have 8 more maps to prove themselves, to show whether or not they can qualify moving in towards the lovely Livik, but also, will they be able to secure sufficient amount of points to get themselves a slot moving into the finals, right? Finals, only 16 teams can make it in. That's it. That's all who will be allowed in. So we've been seeing quite a bit of movement coming through. I mean, NASR, they were at some point feeling a little bit more comfortable rather than a bit confident as to them being moved up in towards 14th. But then, you know, W7 stepped it up in this last match, moving them back down to 15th, putting them in a bit of a tricky situation. But at least now the gap between 16th and 17th has increased to 22 points. So it's all going to depend on what these teams will be bringing into tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, you know when to find us, right? Same time, same place, even more PUBG Mobile action as we continue with our lovely Erangel Day. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.